Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Renjie, why do you call him senior? Chapter 226, Renjie, why do you call him senior? Buzz. Mu Renjie had just taken the medicine when his body emitted a white light. As the white light emerged, the heart of Wood Spirit in Mu Renjie's heart suddenly trembled violently as if it had received some kind of strong call. Soon after, Mu Renjie could feel that the barrier in his body had broken through like a piece of paper. In the next moment, the originally clear sky suddenly turned into dark clouds. Between the tortoises, one could even vaguely see lightning flashing. Clearly, it was a treasure like the heart of the Wood Spirit. Coupled with Mu Renjie's aura, it was the aura of the divine realm and was not tolerated by the laws. Not good. Mu Renjie's expression changed. He couldn't withstand the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. The cold, murderous wind blew, giving people goosebumps. Even Xiao Changtian, who was napping, was woken up. Can't I sleep? It's so annoying. Xiao Changtian stood up from the recliner, his face filled with annoyance. He had just fallen asleep, and it was going to rain. He shook his head, turned around, and went back to his room. He slammed the door shut. However, he had just closed the door of the room when the dark clouds, lightning, and thunder in the sky suddenly disappeared. Even the cold wind in the space seemed to shiver and disappear in an instant. The sky became clear again. A ray of bright sunlight shot down directly and landed on the corner of Mu Renjie's mouth. It accentuated his mouth that was wide open and laughing like a fist. The lightning tribulation is gone? After a full 15 minutes, Mu Renjie smacked his lips and barely regained his senses. His face was filled with horror. He did not expect that someone could completely repel the lightning tribulation just because of a sentence. What kind of cultivation was this? What realm was this? Mu Renjie still clearly remembered that when Yi Fan used the axe to split open the lower realm, he used the axe intent to completely suppress the law of lightning. However, with just a simple sentence from Senior, the lightning tribulation of laws had completely disappeared. Mu Renjie was so shocked that he didn't know how to express his disbelief. Ahem, Renjie, where am I? At the same time, Mu Zhantian, who was lying on the ground, regained consciousness. He coughed lightly and slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself in a small courtyard with Mu Renjie and a mortal standing in front of him. Patriarch, you're awake? Mu Renjie was overjoyed when he saw that the clan leader had woken up. He hurriedly helped the clan leader up. However, he accidentally used too much strength and instantly threw the clan leader away. Luckily, Mu Zhantian was a divine lord, so he somersaulted in the space and slowly stopped. How could I have such great power? Mu Renjie's face revealed an extremely puzzled expression. He just wanted to help the clan leader. Renjie, when did you break through to the Divine King realm? Mu Zhantian, who was flying back, was shocked. He looked at Mu Renjie curiously and his face was full of joy. The junior he thought highly of had finally broken through to the Godly King realm. But suddenly, Mu Zhantian's expression turned cold again. He felt that something was wrong. He recalled that he had been knocked out by the Songren sword in the main hall of the ancient Song tribe. In fact, he clearly remembered that his eyes were cut by the Songren sword, and his arms seemed to have been trampled into meat paste by the Songren sword. Why can I still see? Quote, why is my arm still here? Mu Zhantian muttered to himself as he looked around. He saw his ancestor, Mu Xianglong, moving bricks in the backyard not far away. Moreover, not just moving bricks. He had moved a brick, but he hadn't moved it. Could it be an illusion from the netherworld? Mu Zhantian murmured. He nodded and observed the surroundings. The more he looked, the more he felt that it was the same. This was the only way to explain why he could see again and why his arm had recovered. Sigh. I didn't expect that my dragon-subduing Wood clan would be persecuted by the ancient Pine clan to this extent. Mu Zhantian shook his head and sat on the stone bench with a depressed look. Patriarch, what are you talking about? We're not dead. Mu Renjia hurriedly explained when he saw Mu Zhantian's expression. Renjia, sigh, looks like your heart of the wood spirit has been dug out by someone. Even your soul is beginning to spout nonsense. Mu Zhantian shook his head and covered his face with his hands. They were from the dragon-subduing wood clan, but they had fallen into such a state. Even Renjia's last soul would be destroyed. He hated it. He hated himself for trusting that guy, Songren Sword. Patriarch, we were really saved. The ancient Pine tribe has been destroyed. Mu Zhan Renjia said. How is that possible? Even the old ancestor was moving bricks, but he couldn't even move a single brick. If this wasn't fake, then what was this? Mu Zhantian shook his head. Fuck, grandson, what do you mean? Hearing Mu Zhantian say that he couldn't lift a brick, Mu Xianglong was furious. Hearing Mu Xianglong's deep voice, Mu Zhantian was so frightened that he quivered. Ancestor, 1. Mu Zhantian was so frightened that he stood up and broke out in cold sweat. It was also at this moment that he felt his own fear and came back to his senses. I didn't die. Mu Zhantian was shocked and slapped his left cheek. Pa! With a crisp sound, a huge palm print condensed on the left side of Mu Zhantian's face. It hurts. It hurts. Mu Zhantian said in a deep voice, but his face was full of surprise. He could feel the pain, which meant that he was not dead and still conscious. No, I want to try again. Mu Zhantian slapped himself on the right side of his face. With the clear and loud sound of the slap, Mu Zhantian jumped up. Awoo! He howled in pain, but his face was filled with joy. Because he could feel the pain. This proved that he was not dead. That's great. I'm not dead. I still have a chance to take revenge. Our dragon-subduing wood race can still take revenge. Mu Zhantian looked at Mu Renjia and said happily. You, go and pour us a cup of tea. Mu Zhantian looked at Yi Fan and said directly. All right. Yi Fan nodded and walked away. Renjia, quickly tell me, how did you break through to the Divine King realm? Is that mortal your subordinate? Mu Zhantian pulled Mu Renjia to sit down. However, Mu Renjia shook him off and caught up with Yi Fan. He hurriedly apologized. Senior, the patriarch doesn't know your identity, please don't take offense. Renjia, what are you doing? Why are you calling a mortal senior? Mu Zhantian asked in confusion. Chapter 227. Chapter 227. Could this be mystical spirit liquid? Chapter 227. Could this be mystical spirit liquid? The stream was murmuring, birds were singing, and a man and two beasts were slowly making their way over on a secluded path. Beauty, as long as you agree to become my Dao companion, 1 foot 11 inches slap you no matter who comes. The dirty old turtle rode on the fat Rongrong's head, looking at the red-clothed woman as he said, if it weren't for you, our village wouldn't be in danger. It's not too late for you to run now. If the Shiman family really sends people here, you'll definitely be made into soup. The woman in red frowned. In reality, she knew very well what the consequences would be if she was snatched away by Eastern Green Gate. However, for the safety of the entire village, she had no choice. She was merely a puny low-level deity. How could she possibly be a match for the Shiman clan? Even in the entire small village, the strongest existence was only at the divine spirit realm. Even a servant of the Shiman family could easily reach such a realm. No need. If those people dare to come, I'll slap them one by one. The dirty old turtle raised its proud turtle head. Boss, you don't even need to do anything. How can these trash be worthy of you? I'll do it. Fatty Rongrong patted her own chest, solemnly making a promise. Fatty, good job. Black Tortoise rubbed the fat Rongrong's head, praising. Beauty, you still haven't told me your name yet. At least let me know your name. The old dirty turtle stared at the red-robed woman and chased after her relentlessly. The red-robed woman was frustrated. The Shiman family would definitely send people to take revenge. She replied impatiently, Wang Luoying. Then, he quickened his pace and headed toward the small village. Wang Luoying, good name, I like it. Beauty, I've taken a fancy to you. The corners of the dirty old turtle's mouth curled into a confident and domineering smile. He did not believe that he, the dignified Sea King, could not do this. His biggest stain was Phantom of the Nine Phoenix Dynasty. This time, he would definitely not fail again. Fatty, keep up. Old Filthy Turtle patted Fatty Rongrong's head, and Fatty Rongrong followed. Very quickly. They arrived at the small mountain village. This was an extremely quiet small mountain village. Hundreds of birds were chirping in unison, but the sound was extremely pleasant to the ears. It was similar to the sound of flowing water and the sound of the wind blowing the leaves. Countless sounds of nature mixed together, making the mountain village seem quiet and calming. However, logically speaking, there should not be many people in such a small mountain village. But at this moment, hundreds of people gathered together, their faces filled with panic, disappointment, and sadness. There were even wounds and bloodstains on their bodies. It was obvious that a battle had happened before. Luoying, you're back? At this moment, a man in gray clothes, although not handsome, had decent facial features and an anxious expression on his face. He hurriedly ran over and asked with concern. Bao, I'm back. But don't worry, one wasn't tainted by Shiminqing. Wang Luoying said firmly with a burning gaze. Luoying, one don't care about these things. It's good that you can come back safely. One can't protect you. Tian Bao sobbed helplessly. Cough cough, now is not the time to talk about this. The village chief stood out. He was a middle-aged man with a thin figure. He looked at Wang Luoying and asked anxiously, Luoying, what's going on? How did you get back? Wang Luoying's expression darkened as she explained the entire sequence of events. What is it? It's actually like this? Everyone present was shocked when they heard that. Killing Shiminqing was no small matter. Their small mountain village would definitely suffer the revenge of the Shimin family. My two benefactors, thank you for saving Luoying, but now we can't even take care of ourselves. Please follow us and escape. Village chief looked gratefully at the old dirty turtle and fat Rongrong, but the power of the Shimin family wasn't something their little mountain village could resist. No need, my boss will kill as many as they come. My boss is invincible. Fatty Rongrong pinched her waist, her face full of pride as she said. However, village chief only shook his head and said, although you were able to defeat the Shimin family's butler, it's enough to show that the strength of the two benefactors is above the supreme god realm. But the Shimin family has a godly king. God kings are the strongest existences in the entire immortal world. Village chief explained patiently. In the era when God Emperor and God Emperor did not appear, God kings were invincible in the divine world. Let's hurry up and leave. There's no need to pack anything now. Just run as far as you can. We'll split up and run. Fallen Flower, Heavenly Treasure, the two of you follow me. Although village chief's realm is low, it's not difficult for me to escape. The Shimin family's main target is the two of you. If I take you with me, we might have a chance of survival. As village chief spoke, he pulled Wang Luoying and Wang Tianbao and turned them into a trail of smoke. He quickly ran away. Sigh, these people are really boring. The dirty old turtle shook his head. Then boss, why don't you directly activate the black tortoise Dharma idol? Won't these people know your strength? Fatty Rongrong scratched her butt and asked in puzzlement. You don't understand. The easiest way to pick up a girl is to let her think that you're very ordinary. Next, you expose your identity and shock her. This is the best way to pick up girls. When you have time, read Master's books more often. I'm already familiar with all the overbearing CO stuff. The dirty old turtle squatted on top of Rongrong's head, arrogantly ordering. Yes. I'll definitely study hard when I get back and learn from boss. Fatty Rongrong nodded. After the old dirty turtle took a piss, the two of them chased after him. Not long after they left, a stream of light instantly fell. the terrifying pressure instantly smashed a huge pit in the ground. All the monsters are here. He ran so fast? Invincible Westgate held the red apricot in his hand and frowned. But at the same time, his gaze was fixed on the yellow liquid in front of him. This is... Booby Shiman stared at the yellow liquid and frowned. There was a fishy smell in his nose. However, his divine telekinesis detected an extremely dense spiritual chi. Could this be the rumored mystical spirit liquid? Invincible Westgate squatted down and observed carefully. The more he observed, the more he felt that the yellow liquid in front of him was not simple. In fact, the spiritual energy in his dantian seemed to have started to stir after smelling the scent. Let me try. Shimen Booby used his true essence to send a drop of yellow liquid into his dantian. Chapter 228 Chapter 228 Someone wants to tear down my courtyard? Chapter 228 Someone wants to tear down my courtyard. _1. Buzz. In the next moment, Booby Shiman's dantian trembled. A wave of energy fluctuation appeared around him. The powerful aura caused the surrounding trees and houses to collapse with a bang. Smoke and dust filled the sky. But after the dust settled, what he got in return was Booby Shiman's wild laughter. Haha, this is really mystical spirit liquid, this is really mystical spirit liquid. Booby Shiman laughed loudly. Then, he lay down and opened his mouth wide, drinking the yellow liquid in front of him wantonly. Some yellow liquid even splashed on some grass. Shimen Booby directly ate the grass without any disgust or resistance. Haha, after drinking the mystic spirit liquid, my strength has improved. Shimen Booby laughed and sat down in the space in front of him to cultivate. After a few hours, Invincible Westgate opened his eyes. His body was emitting an extremely powerful aura. It was terrifying. Humph, we can track him based on his aura. Invincible Westgate locked onto the aura of the villagers and disappeared into the space in front of him. On the other side, the monkey originally wanted to find some more monkeys to play with, but it had always been thinking about Xiao Changtian's punishment. He felt that he wasn't as tough as the dirty old turtle. No, let's go back first. At most, we'll find the Great Sun Immortal as a cover again. That's right, let's do it. Monkey nodded. Then, he took out a thin silver needle from his ear and stroked it seriously. The silver needle began to grow bigger, thicker, and longer. Hee hee, good baby, give me another bucket. Monkey chuckled. He held his weapon with both hands and directly shot into the void. Bang! With the sound of a membrane being pierced, a huge hole instantly appeared in the Divine World's regional wall. As if it had the experience of being stabbed a few times before, the lightning of law was already used to it. This time, it did not resist and instead obediently accepted it. Hee hee, 1 foot 11 inches go too. Old dirty turtle, you two just wait to be punished. Monkey chuckled and instantly jumped into the space in front of him. As for the hole, it seemed to have sensed something and did not close it immediately, as if it did not want to be stabbed a second time. As expected, 2 hours later, everyone from the small mountain village arrived at this place. This is an interworld passageway? Quote, Village chief looked at the hole in front of him. His face first revealed a hint of doubt, but then it turned into a determined expression. Let's go to the lower realm to hide. Village chief brought Wang Luoying and Wang Tianbao and jumped in. Fatty Rongrong and the old dirty turtle followed behind. Sensing that it was about time, the passageway between the Divine World and the Tianyuan continent began to slowly close. Heading to the lower realm? Quote, Invincible Westgate frowned, but he didn't think too much about it and followed them in. The monkey descended from the passageway and flew towards the Great Sun Sect. As for the village chief and the others, they were running aimlessly. At the same time, a white-robed figure also rushed over. His entire body carried a profound and heavy aura. The aura around him fluctuated, and his entire aura was extremely sinister. What is the demon god's purpose? Why does he want me to help him kill an ant? He even spared no expense to help me break through to God King through the barrier between the divine realm and the Tianyuan continent. The white-robed figure was Sir God Chi-Chin. However, Sir God Chi-Chin's expression was extremely grave as he pondered over this question. The demon god's strength was far stronger than his. A few years ago, he went into seclusion. No one knew the whereabouts of the demon god. If a demon god wanted to kill an ant, it would be a piece of cake. However, the demon god actually helped him break through to the divine king realm to kill people. It was truly baffling. Divine Lord Chi-Chin pondered this question as he advanced. At this moment, Invincible Shiman also chased down from the interworld passageway and saw Sir God Chi-Chin. Sir God Chi-Chin also sensed a powerful aura and looked up. Sir God Chi-Chin. Invincible West Gate. Both of their faces revealed a puzzled expression. Clearly, they did not expect to actually meet in a mere lower realm. As he spoke, Booby Shiman descended from the sky. After the two of them talked for a while, they found out that both of them were going to kill someone. Congratulations, you actually broke through to the godly king realm now, Invincible West Gate congratulated. Let's not talk about this. The direction we're chasing should be the same. Why don't we join forces? Said Sir God Chi-Chin. He kept feeling that the demon god was tricking him. Even though the demon god helped him break through to the divine king realm, he still felt that there was something wrong with the demon god. Otherwise, why didn't the demon god kill him himself? At this time, there was an invincible West Gate who could help him test the situation first. Haha. To be able to join forces with Sir God Chi-Chin? No, godly King Chi-Chin, you can do whatever you want even in the divine world. Back then, you killed 2 godly kings with your divine lord realm, Invincible West Gate sighed. Then, the two of them set off together. Not good, the Shiman family's god king has appeared. As the village chief ran, he sensed the aura behind him. He could sense that the aura in front of him was getting stronger and closer. I have no choice but to try my luck. The village chief brought Wang Luoying and the other 2 and ran into the existence. For some reason, he felt that there seemed to be an opportunity in the small village that could protect them from death. Hee, where are you going? Behind him, Invincible Shiman had a cold smile on his face. In front of a godly king, all obstacles and mazes were useless. This is a small courtyard. Let's go in quickly. The village chief brought Wang Luoying and Wang Tianbao into the small courtyard of the Heaven Building Sect Elder and closed the door. Hee, if you want to die, then destroy this small courtyard together. Booby Shiman immediately caught up. His entire body erupted with a terrifying aura as he slammed his palm towards the small courtyard in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying. How did this happen? Invincible West Gate, who had been sent flying by Tan Fei, crashed into 2 houses before he came to a stop. In the small courtyard, the village chief and the other 2 who felt all this revealed expressions of disbelief. That's great. This small courtyard is a supreme magic treasure. Even god kings can't shatter it. Wang Luoying was overjoyed. The peddler who had his house smashed into pieces saw the 2 people's fierce expressions and immediately ran to Xiao Changtian's small courtyard and told Elder Zhui everything. What? Someone actually wants to tear down my small courtyard. Stop what you're doing. Elder Xiao Zhu was furious. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, Beat Up Invincible West Gate. Underscore. Chapter 229. Beat Up Invincible West Gate. Underscore I. Boom. Seeing that he was sent flying, Invincible West Gate was furious. He was a dignified godly king, but he actually suffered defeat in the lower realm. It would be better if he was alone. However, 7 Zithers stood beside him. If this matter were to spread back, where would his face go? Shimen Booby immediately used his killer move and bombarded the small courtyard of the Heaven Building Sect Elder. One didn't expect that there would be such a treasure in the lower realm. I didn't use my strength just now, Invincible Westgate laughed awkwardly as the true essence in his dantian bombarded fiercely. Boom, 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 boom. The small merchants and peddlers nearby were so frightened that they hid away one after another. Divine King Seven Zither only smiled faintly as he responded to Invincible Shimon's explanation. However, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Why is it that even a godly monarch can't break through a small courtyard? Divine King Seven Zither frowned as he tried to guess what the demon god wanted him to do. The person he wanted to kill seemed to be in this small town. The heaviness in his heart grew heavier and deeper. And in the air, Fat Rong Rong looked at all of this, doubtfully asking, "Boss, aren't we going to go down and take care of it? Isn't this the perfect time to be the hero saving the damsel in distress?" Fatty Rong Rong said doubtfully. "Fatty, hurry up and run. We can't care about picking up girls now. That damn monkey has already gone to find Taoist Big Sun as a cover. We should hurry up and follow him. Otherwise, we'll definitely be skinned by Master." The dirty old turtle grabbed Fatty Rong Rong's ear, urging him to fly towards Great Sunsect. Boom! Below. Invincible Westgate bombarded the small courtyard in a frenzy. He even felt that he was already tired from bombarding it. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. However, Seven Zither was by his side. He could not lose face. Moreover, he had to be careful. He had drunk the mystic spirit liquid before. That was a divine item. Although there was still a stench in his throat, it was enough to support his true essence. He continued to bombard them. Finally, he saw the effect. Gotcha! Following a soft cracking sound, a gap finally appeared on the wall of the small courtyard. With the appearance of this gap, the entire wall began to collapse and crack. What? Seeing the wall collapse, the village chief and the other two in the small courtyard were instantly shocked. They had originally wanted to rely on this wall to resist, but now it seemed that they could not do so. "It's over. We can only wait for death today," the village chief said helplessly, his face filled with despair. "Hee, you dare to kill my great-grandson. You should be prepared to die." Invincible Westgate panted as he spoke. He did not expect that the walls of this small courtyard would be so difficult to break. It took him a full 15 minutes to completely open the wall of the small courtyard. Sigh. In the courtyard, the three of them sighed and closed their eyes, ready to die. "Damn you, how dare you destroy our small courtyard? Do you want to die?" End quote. At this moment, Elder Zhu Yi was the first to arrive. He cursed angrily. The five of them had originally rented a house in town, but later on, they built this small courtyard and lived closer to the senior. He did not expect that someone would actually dare to cause trouble. Mahayana Realm. Ants. Invincible Westgate was stopped. The first thing he felt was danger. However, when he turned his head and saw that Elder Zhu Yi was only in the Mahayana realm, he instantly sneered. The ants of the lower realm were nothing in front of him. However, in the next moment, he had just finished laughing when he was stunned. He saw that in the space before him, more than 10 godly kings were following behind him. They ran over and looked at Elder Zhu Yi respectfully. "Boss, the other big brothers said that they were rushing the progress, so they didn't come. They sent a few rookies like us." God King Black Heaven said respectfully. "Boss, I heard that someone actually dared to tear down your small courtyard. Let us settle this matter." "Yes, yes." Mu Xianglong quickly echoed from the side. These divine kings, ran out. It was really too tiring to dust and move bricks. With their current divine king realm, they simply could not do it. But it was different when he came out. He came out to fight and teach them a lesson. This was much easier than moving bricks and smashing dust. "You are the Black Sky Divine King? You are Divine King Red Cloud. You are the God King of the Dragon Subduing Wood Clan of the Great Wood Immortal Continent." Opposite him, Invincible Westgate looked at the people in front of him with a puzzled expression. These people seemed to look very similar to the God Kings that were known by the old man. "You are Invincible Westgate." God King Black Heaven and the rest recognized the godly king in front of them at the first moment. It was Invincible Sheeman. "It's me. How did you become like this?" Invincible Westgate asked. However, before Booby could get an answer, the peddler pointed at him and said angrily, "This person smashed Zhui's small courtyard." Although the peddler's voice was not loud, it sounded like thunder to God King Black Sky, God King Red Cloud, and the others. "Brothers, fuck him." Instantly, as Divine King Red Cloud's voice fell, more than a dozen Divine Kings swarmed forward and pressed Sheeman Booby to the ground, ravaging him crazily. "It's you dare to demolish Boss Yi's small courtyard. I'll fight." Brothers, beat them up ruthlessly. If anyone is beaten lightly, they will go back and dust themselves for an extra 2 hours. More than a dozen godly kings punched and kicked. All kinds of methods were used on Invincible Sheeman at the same time. In the middle of the street, Invincible Westgate screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! This scream reverberated through the clouds. Even the people in the entire town heard it clearly. "Stop fighting, Please, big brothers, stop fighting." Sheeman Booby begged, but the Black Sky Divine King directly used his Black Sky technique and sealed Sheeman Booby's mouth instantly. Invincible Westgate was rendered speechless. When Seven Zither God King saw this scene, he immediately wanted to save him. Although Invincible Westgate was his chess piece, he could not die here. He took out his zither, and the notes turned into blade lights that attacked. "Be careful," Wang Luoying hurriedly reminded when she saw Seven Zither Divine King make a move. However, it was already too late. One of the sound wave attacks landed directly on Divine King Red Cloud's back. Chapter 230 That Divine Hound? Chapter 230 That Divine Hound? I. Clang. The sound of the zither directly turned into a saber beam, bringing with it an ear-piercing fluctuation in the space. Even the void seemed to have been cut open by this musical note saber beam. The sound of the zither was harsh and austere. Just by listening, the village chief and the other two could feel a terrifying aura. "Seal your hearing," village chief reminded Wang Luoying and Wang Tianbao. Their strength was too low. Against the sound wave attack of Seven Zither God King, even if they heard the zither, their divine senses would tremble. Divine Lord Seven Zither played the zither, and the terrifying blade light slashed at Divine King Red Cloud's back. Pow! However, in the next moment, there was only the sound of air colliding. It was like a bubble hitting the surface of a person's skin. Divine King Red Cloud did not feel anything at all. She continued to punch Booby Sheeman. "What happened? My zither attacks are ineffective?" When Seven Zither Divine King saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He was about to play again when Elder Zhu Yi sent him flying with a kick. "Sneak attack from behind, don't talk about martial ethics. Get lost," Elder Zhu Yi said angrily. He picked up the bricklayer's knife in his hand and slashed down. With a clack, the zither that God King Seven Zither had just repaired shattered into two again. You dare to destroy my zither?" Chi Chin Divine Lord was shocked. His zither was his lifeblood, but now it had been destroyed by someone else. How could he not be furious? "I'll fight it out with you." Sir God Chi Chin bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he charged towards Elder Zhu Yi with an extremely furious expression. Destroying his life root, he was going to risk his life. With just your small grid? He was even worse than the new brick-moving worker, Mu Xianglong. Elder Zhu Yi shook his head with a contemptuous look on his face. God King Seven Zither was simply too weak. It was weak to the point of a realm. He directly sent a slap over, sending Seven Zither flying. Puff! Seven Zither was like a kite with a broken string in midair as he spat out blood. Then he crashed into the wall of the courtyard and fainted. "So weak? You can't even take a slap?" Elder Zhui shook his head. On the other side, Invincible Westgate was beaten up and was unconscious. In this world, which Godly King Realm powerhouse could face the combined violent beating of more than 10 Godly King Realm powerhouses. Alright, bring these two people back to the small courtyard and carry out the labor reform according to Senior. Let them follow me to dust. Elder Zhu Yi said. Yes, Boss Zhu Yi, we'll bring them back now. The God Kings at the side hurriedly nodded and carried the two of them, preparing to leave. Oh right, why did the three of you barge into my courtyard? Elder Zhu Yi looked at the three of them and frowned. Anyone could tell that the three of them had escaped into his courtyard to avoid being chased. If it weren't for these three people, the courtyard wouldn't have been in trouble. Seeing Elder Zhu Yi staring at them coldly, the three of them opened their hearing again, not knowing how to explain. This person in front of him was only at the Mahayana realm, but he could actually become the boss of more than 10 divine kings. What kind of identity was this? What kind of expert was this? Moreover, it seemed that the courtyard they had hidden in was the courtyard of this expert. Senior, we had no choice but to hide here in a hurry. Please forgive us. The village chief hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. Forgive. Come back with me to collect dust. 1 foot 11 inches let you leave after the meeting. Elder Zhu Yi looked at the three people in front of him and said in a deep voice. This courtyard was built overnight with a fingernail's worth of dust that he had painstakingly obtained from the senior. He had wanted to use it as a base, but now it had been destroyed. No matter who was chasing after who, he had suffered the greatest loss. Yes. Village chief and the other two nodded repeatedly and followed behind the crowd. Senior is really a good person. He actually only asked us to dust him. And Wang Luoying said. That's right. One don't know what kind of expert this is. Because of us, his magic treasure was damaged. He didn't blame us too much. On the contrary, he only asked us to dust it. Village chief said. Yes, we're simply lucky. Wang Tianbao said gratefully. However, just as he finished speaking, a huge divine dog suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Under the feet of the divine dog, the chess lines were dense, and the dazzling stars in the universe turned into chess pieces. The divine dog opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to devour the sky and the moon. It stared coldly at Wang Tianbao and asked in a deep voice, Dogs hit luck? Say another word? Alpha's Dharma stared at Wang Tianbao. Wang Tianbao looked at the divine dog that had suddenly appeared in his divine sense in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. His entire body trembled, and he did not dare to move at all. It was as if he would be swallowed by the divine dog in front of him in an instant if he moved. Senior, I'm just saying that we're lucky. Wang Tianbao hurriedly explained. Alpha snorted coldly and left in an instant. Tianbao, what's wrong? Wang Luoying hurriedly asked. Wang Tianbao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and shook his head hurriedly. Nothing. I just had hysteria just now. Wang Tianbao didn't dare to speak of what had just happened. It was too terrifying. That divine dog was the most terrifying existence he had ever seen. It would be good if he knew this matter by heart. Sometimes, the more he knew, the more dangerous it was. He could not bring this danger to the people around him. Oh, then let's follow them in. It's in this small courtyard. Wang Luoying pulled Wang Tianbao's sleeve and hurriedly followed Elder Zhu Yi and the others. Leave these two here first. We'll talk about it when they wake up. After Elder Zhu Yi gave his orders, Divine King Red Cloud threw Shimin Bubi and the other two on the ground. Then, those who were going to dust and those who were going to carry bricks went to carry bricks. Village chief and the other two stared fixedly at the dozen or so godly kings, and their faces revealed incomparably shocked expressions. Senior God King, are you going to collect the dust? Wang Luoying could not help but ask. This was a godly king, an invincible existence in the divine realm. It's good to fight dust, it's wonderful to fight dust. I'll help you fight dust later, I have high hopes for you. God King Black Heaven said with a smile. I don't beat dust. There's a future before I move bricks. Mu Xianglong shook his head and moved another brick. This? Village chief, Wang Luoying and Wang Tianbao did not know what to say. An awe-inspiring existence in the divine realm was actually slashing ashes and moving bricks. It was simply inconceivable. However, when they thought about how they were going to dust soon, they suddenly felt that this seemed to be a good thing. At least they could get to know the godly king powerhouses. Wait here, I'll get you some tools. Elder Zhui ordered the three of them to stand where they were while he left to get the tools. Village chief and the other two followed Elder Zhui's instructions and stood still. However, the three of them were slowly sizing up the small courtyard from the corner of their eyes. Human curiosity was endless. Although they knew that Elder Zhui was powerful, there shouldn't be so many godly kings who were dead set on fighting him, right? Wang Tianbao was also sizing him up. His gaze involuntarily landed on the side of the kennel. In an instant, his body shook. He actually saw a dog playing chess. Yes. Wang Tianbao stammered and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. He was more willing to believe that he had seen wrongly. However, when he opened his eyes again, he saw that it was still the same divine hound. At this moment, the divine dog was lying on the ground, drawing a chessboard under its feet, playing by itself. Chapter 231, Chapter 231. Brother Wushuang, let me bandage it for you. Underscore. Chapter 231. Brother Wushuang, let me bandage it for you. Underscore I. What is it? Wang Luoying frowned and looked in the direction of Wang Tianbao. A dog that can play chess? So cute. Wang Luoying couldn't help but say in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Tianbao was shocked. He hurriedly bowed to Alpha and apologized. Senior, I'm sorry. She can't speak. Please don't be angry. Wang Tianbao hurriedly apologized. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He was indeed scared silly by Wang Luoying's words. The person in front of him was a divine dog. Tianbao, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly apologize to the puppy? Wang Luoying could not help but ask curiously. Luoying, stop talking. This is Senior Divine Hound. You can't be impudent in front of Senior. Wang Tianbao hurriedly reminded. Divine Hound? Wang Luoying frowned and looked at Wang Tianbao in confusion. Then she looked at Alpha lying on the ground and shook her head. At this moment, Elder Zhui walked over with 3 shovels. Follow me to dust. Elder Zhui brought the 3 of them to the backyard. In the courtyard, the golden arowana was leisurely diving, the pony was hiding in some grass, and Alpha was scratching his head, staring at the chessboard in a daze. Phoenix remained motionless in the chicken coop. The white tiger was on the roof, enjoying the sunlight. Sigh, why did Senior go to sleep again? One still wanted to chat with Senior. Chu Yiren walked out, holding the pastries she had learned from Mu Jiehuang, ready to let Xiao Changtian try them. Unfortunately, Xiao Changtian went back to his room to sleep. Chu Yiren sat alone on the stone bench, looking up at the sky. She rested her chin on her hands, her face filled with the sorrow of a young girl. In the great sun sect, a huge black tortoise Dharma idol was as high as the sky, and endless seawater poured down from its body. Its aura was terrifying. A monkey walked out from the primordial chaos with a huge godly medal in his hand. He looked majestic and dignified. The 2 of them were staring at each other. Damn turtle, do you know first come first serve? I was the one who went to find Taoist Master De Yang first. Monkey said angrily as he stabbed the heaven-raising rod in his hand at Black Tortoise. So what if you came first? When did the 3 of us not go out together? But Master only hit me. Taoist Big Sun must come with me. The Black Tortoise retorted, and the boundless seawater around it enveloped the big stick. Bang! The 2 extreme forces collided in space, causing the space to tremble. Fatty Rongrong directly hugged Great Sun Jinren, shivering to the side. Taoist De Yang's face turned red from being hugged, and he found it hard to breathe. Perfected Zhongxian and the others had already led the disciples of Great Sun Sect away. The Black Tortoise and the monkey were fighting. Even the aftershock could completely tear the space apart. How could they dare to stay? Taoist big son, tell me, who are you going with? The black tortoise stretched out its turtle head and looked at the great sun immortal. You choose. Monkey snorted coldly and said coldly. HJH. Big Sun Jinren was being hugged by Fatty Rong Rong. He couldn't even breathe. How could he still speak? Damn turtle, you still dare to threaten me? I've long disliked you. I'll stab you to death. Monkey held the large metal rod with both hands and stroked it. The object in his hand began to grow larger and larger, directly breaking through the black tortoise's seawater as if it had penetrated a thin membrane and stabbed towards the black tortoise's head. Bump. Damn monkey, are you serious? This sea king won't stand on ceremony with you. Seeing that monkey was about to stab him with the metal rod, black tortoise stuck its head and 4 legs into the turtle shell and crashed into monkey. Clang, clang. The loud sound was like a great bell, and the entire Daeong town was enveloped in this sound. It was incomparably shocking. Fatty Rong Rong and Great Sun Jinren hugged even tighter, directly shrinking into 2 balls, squatting in a corner. On a snowy plateau, Li Wushuang was covered in blood and her face was pale. There was only a bonfire beside her. The light from the bonfire highlighted his pale face, proving that he was extremely weak. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, I actually became a loner again. Li Wushuang cursed. He had no choice but to return to the divine world and hide in a barren land. The cold wind outside the cave was enough to freeze him to death. The environment here was too harsh. However, in order to survive, there was no other way. I can't rely on anyone. Relying on the heavens and the earth is never as good as relying on myself. If I had the cultivation of a god king, one would go and rule the divine world now. Li Wushuang gritted her teeth and cursed. However, the pain from her body made her face even paler and her aura weaker. Sigh. Li Wushuang sighed helplessly and turned to look at the purple-robed woman. That night, he had been fleeing for his life on the Tianyuan continent when he had passed by a small, dilapidated temple. In the small temple, the woman was pestered by a few hooligans. She beat them away, and the woman had no way to repay them. She gave herself to them. That night. Wonderful. Li Wushuang narrowed her eyes as she thought about what happened that night. The 2 large snowy mountains were uneven, and the soft murmuring sounds, it left him with an endless aftertaste. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the purple-robed woman woke up. Brother Wushuang, where are we? The woman said in a coquettish voice. She pretended to be dizzy and leaned on Li Wushuang's shoulder like a little bird. All. Feeling the woman's aura, Peerlessly felt a surge of impulse throughout his body. We're in the divine world. We've returned to the divine world. Li Wushuang said with a smile. Divine world? Brother Wushuang is so awesome. Nailan Yen smiled charmingly at the side, causing Li Wushuang to be filled with smiles. But Brother Wushuang, why are we in the cave? It's so cold. As he spoke, he burrowed into Li Wushuang's arms. Heh, Yen, this is just a temporary measure. Don't worry, I'll take you out. Li Wushuang said. All right, I believe in Brother Wushuang. Nailan Yen snuggled into Li Wushuang's embrace as she spoke softly. However, what Li Wushuang didn't notice was that in the depths of Nailan Yen's eyes, a look of disdain flashed past. That night, she had only found a few local cultivators and wanted to use their beauty to exchange for conditions. However, Li Wushuang had easily killed those tribulation-passing cultivators. She instantly understood that Li Wushuang was also a powerful person. In any case, it would be a waste not to use it. He would pay a little price to let such an expert be his big hand. The deal was simply too cost-effective. Brother Wushuang, let me bandage your wound. Chapter 232 Chapter 232, The Lord of the Divine Court. Chapter 232, The Lord of the Divine Court. Alright, Yen is so nice. Li Wushuang looked at Nailan Yen, who was wrapped around her waist, and said with a face full of happiness. Nailan Yan's expression was indifferent. She lowered her head and her expression instantly turned into disgust as she began to bandage Li Wushuang's wounds. Kiki, this is really interesting. What a pair of B** stars. Suddenly, an old voice sounded from within the cave, reprimanding angrily. Hearing the voice, Li Wushuang and Nalin Yen were so frightened that they stood up. They didn't even notice the presence of others. Moreover, the cave in front of him was only a very small cave. He could tell who was in the cave at a glance. Hee, with just you guys, it's still impossible for you to see me. You guys are too weak. The old voice mocked. Brother Wushuang, I am so scared. Nalin Yen sensed danger and quickly hid behind Li Wushuang. Although Li Wushuang was afraid, she still looked at the cave in front of her and shouted angrily. Humph, you're pretending to be a ghost. Come out. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and struck out at the cave in front of her. Bang! As soon as he struck out with his palm, the entire cave began to shake violently. Even the stone walls in front of him began to fall. However, there was no sign of any aura. He's just a supreme God realm expert. Is this the attitude he has when facing a God Emperor realm expert? Right at this moment, a black figure quietly appeared from the void. His face was filled with anger. The moment he appeared, the space in front of him seemed to be unable to withstand his might. It began to distort and tremble. Plop! Li Wushuang and Nalin Yen immediately knelt down in front of this terrifying aura. Greetings, Divine Emperor. Li Wushuang said in horror. A Divine Emperor was a powerhouse above a Divine King. He could even begin to resonate with the heavenly Tao of the divine world. Just the aura alone made the two of them unable to move and willing to kneel. This was the will of a great Tao. Unparalleled terror. You dare to barge into the place where I cultivate in seclusion. The two of you are quite bold. The black-robed deity emperor said angrily. His face was filled with incomparable anger. Divine Emperor, please spare our lives. The two of us didn't know that this was your territory. We'll leave now. Li Wushuang hurriedly begged for mercy, her face filled with fear. If the Divine Emperor wanted to kill the two of them, it would be as easy as crushing two ants. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. You're just two ants. However, I'm still in seclusion. Hand this thing to Divine King Shenyu. He'll naturally understand when the time comes. As for the power you want, that's simple. As the Emperor spoke, a black light shone down on Li Wushuang's head. Li Wushuang's strength suddenly increased. Buzz! Li Wushuang's aura was trembling. She had broken through from the hierarch realm to the king god realm. In fact, during this process, there was not even a lightning tribulation. I broke through to the god king realm. Li Wushuang was shocked. She didn't expect him to break through to the god king realm so easily. Thank you, Divine Emperor. Thank you, Divine Emperor. Li Wushuang kneeled in front of the black-robed emperor with a grateful expression. Now that she had reached the king god realm, she could finally take revenge. He wanted to find that skeleton god and kill him, to relieve the hatred in his heart. Go! The black-robed emperor waved his hand, and Li Wushuang and the others disappeared in an instant. They had already left the snowy plateau. After the two of them left, the black-robed deity emperor's face darkened and he said slowly, "The great era is about to arrive. It's rumored that the Lord of the Divine Court has already reincarnated. If anyone can devour his fate, then I can dominate the entire divine world. However, this venerable self has seized the initiative. I'm definitely going to win this round." The black-clothed deity emperor laughed, and his figure gradually disappeared along with his laughter. On the other side, Wang Miaoshou was looking for a flower. According to Xiao Changtian's description, this flower should be growing in an extremely dark place. Yang Qi was scarce. According to logic, this flower should grow in this place. Wang Miaoshou looked at the mountain in front of him. It was completely shady, and the sunlight could not be refracted, so it looked gloomy. However, there were no flowers he was looking for in this place. On the contrary, Instead, there was a burst of fragrant wind, and beautiful women who came to pick flowers everywhere. Each of them was extremely beautiful, with perfect figures. So handsome. Wow. Look, there's someone here with 8-pack abs. What a tough body. It should be great, right? Young master, what's your name? What are you doing here? All of them were women. They surrounded Wang Miaoshu curiously and pointed at him. He had no choice. This kind of muscle with lines was too charming. Everyone, I advise you not to touch me. You have to learn to respect yourselves. Wang Miaoshu frowned and his face darkened. He was actually teased by a group of women. How could he tolerate this? Which old man could endure such humiliation? Io, aren't one just looking at your muscles? Why are you so stingy? That's right. We women didn't say anything. You're a man, and you're still embarrassed? This person is really interesting. The beautiful women teased him one by one. Wang Miaoshu felt humiliated. He didn't even get the least bit of respect. Why could these women point at him and touch him? He couldn't bear it. He had to return it. You can't blame me for this. Wang Miaoshu smiled and took out a green ceramic bottle. The porcelain bottle was engraved with patterns. I'll make you beg me obediently later. Wang Miaoshu chuckled and opened the green porcelain bottle. A gray smoke came out of the porcelain bottle. As the smoke appeared, the group of women did not know what was going on. Because they didn't feel anything unusual. Just this? A woman smiled faintly and teased. However, at the next moment, they were stunned. They found that their bodies were burning hot and itchy, accompanied by a kind of pain, as if they were bitten by ants. Chapter 233 Assassinating Chu Yirenli. Chapter 233 Assassinating Chu Yirenli. What's going on? What did you do to us? Oh, I'm so itchy. Someone help me. Scratch me. It hurts. A group of women anxiously stood on the spot and jumped around. They were itchy and painful. They wanted to reach out to scratch, but once their hands touched their skin would start to hurt violently. What have you done to us? You poisoned us. You poisoned us. It's the green smoke from before. One of the women reacted, and her face revealed a terrified expression. Damn it, you actually dared to poison us. Are you courting death? Many women immediately released their auras and enveloped Wang Miaoshu. However, it was useless. All the women were extremely powerful. Their powerful auras gathered together, like a hurricane on the sea. Their terrifying auras were about to tear everything apart. Even the trees, wildflowers, grass, and other plants beside him were all bent down. Some of the rocks even began to crack. However, Wang Miaoshu merely stood on the spot like a huge mountain, unmoving. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, the female cultivators were all shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. They could not believe that Wang Miaoshu was unaffected by their attacks. It was completely similar to his normal state. You people are so troublesome. Wang Miaoshu snorted coldly. He raised his hand and threw a punch at the aura attacks of the many great empresses. Bang! In an instant, the aura attacks of those women seemed to have collapsed. The powerful force of Wang Miaoshu's punch sent many women flying with a calm expression. During this period, he consumed all kinds of herbs in the small courtyard and even used his master's hoe to weed. The strength of his physical body had completely increased by a level. Now, these women were like ants in front of him. Of course, he would not attack ordinary people. However, these women were actually pointing at him and teasing him. This was absolutely intolerable. Sob, 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 I beg you, I'm so itchy. Let me go. We were wrong before. We apologize to you and beg you to let us go. The group of female cultivators could not stand the itching and pain on their bodies and hurriedly begged Wang Miaoshu for mercy. Now you know how to beg. This is just a small punishment. As Wang Miaoshu spoke, He took out a green porcelain bottle. White smoke came out of the porcelain bottle and spread out. Those women were wrapped in white smoke. Soon after, their bodies gradually returned to normal. I'm not itchy anymore. I'm not in pain anymore, quote. How magical, quote. The female cultivators of the Void Holy Land all revealed happy expressions because the pain and itching on their bodies had completely disappeared. What did you do to us? They looked at Wang Miaoshu curiously, their faces revealing a puzzled expression. It's just some gas that numbs the nerves. It's nothing. Doctors have both medical and poison skills. Wang Miaoshu waved his hand. These were all things he had learned from his master's medical skills. However, hearing that Wang Miaoshu knew medicine, the expressions of the women from the Void Holy Land changed. You know medicine? That's great. Then can you go and save her with us? Our sect master, she has been suffering from some hidden ailments recently, but she has been unable to find a cure for them after looking for countless famous doctors. Can you help our sect master? A supreme god realm expert with fluffy hair and a light yellow dress walked over with an expectant look on his face. No one could casually poison them. But this muscular man in front of him could. I'm sorry, I don't have time. Wang Miaoshu shook his head. The time his master gave him was half a month because this flour needed to be brewed in the past. A third of the time had already passed. He had to find this flour first. Moreover, the sect master of the Rukong Holy Land was a god-king realm cultivator. He would definitely not die in a short period of time. It wouldn't be too late for him to come back for treatment after he picked that flour. After saying that, he prepared to leave. We can give you any conditions you want. Seeing that Wang Miaoshu was about to leave, the yellow skirt hierarch hurriedly spoke again, wanting to keep Wang Miaoshu. I don't have time now, unless you can help me find this flour. Wang Miao paused. Wang Miaoshu said as he took out the note Xiao Changtian gave him. On the paper, Xiao Changtian had drawn the general appearance and characteristics of the flower. It was a red-blue flower. One side bloomed like a burning fire, one side was icy blue, as if it was 10,000 years old ice. A flower perfectly contained the two extreme powers of ice and fire. Moreover, this flower must be rich in extreme yin energy. This flower is a treasure of our Rukong Holy Land. Hierarch God Yellow Dress stared at the image in front of her, and her face revealed a look of joy. This flower was a treasure of their void sacred land. Like an empty lotus, Divine Lord Yellow Dress looked at the sky with a happy expression. Really? Wang Miaoshu was also slightly stunned, and her face revealed a look of bewilderment. The price of lying is not small. Are you sure that there is such a flower in the Void Holy Land? Wang Miaoshu confirmed again. That's right, so many of us sisters can testify. Sisters, don't you think so? Hierarch God Yellow Dress looked at the group of women behind her with a pleasantly surprised expression. Yes. The group of disciples behind him answered in unison. Senior, as long as you cure our God King, you can take the Void Lotus? Hierarch Yellow Dress continued. Is that so? Wang Miaoshu thought for a moment and nodded. He was going to save people and complete his master's mission at the same time. This trip was fine. Senior, please. Under the lead of the yellow-dressed supreme god, Wang Miaoshu was escorted to the empty Holy Land. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the heavily injured and unconscious Seven Zither God King and Shiman Bubi also woke up. Where is this place? Invincible Westgate opened his eyes and sized up the courtyard. Seven Zither patted the dust away, his face filled with terror. In his mind, he was still thinking about how his zither had been split in half by Elder Zhui. Terrifying. Why is there such a terrifying existence in the lower realm? God King Seven Zither was puzzled. He looked at the stone table and stone stool beside him and wanted to sit down to think. However, he forgot to look over and saw a familiar figure. That voice was holding his chin with both hands and looking up at the blue sky in a daze. The person the demon god asked me to kill? Seven Zither was taken aback before his expression turned cold. The quintessential essence in his palms transformed into saber light as killing intent surged. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, Someone hit the Kittle Eye. Chapter 234, Someone hit the Kittle Eye. Divine King Seven Zither stared at Chu Iran. She was only in the Tribulation Transcendence realm and was still distracted. He wanted to kill her with a single palm strike. When you wake up, come and get rid of the dust. However, just as he was about to take action, Elder Zhu Yi kicked him in the butt, knocking him to the ground. Damn it, the two of you destroyed my courtyard. Hurry up and work for me. Elder Zhu Yi cursed. Those godly monarchs were all not working hard. Now, the construction period given by the senior had been completely delayed by more than 10 days. Although senior didn't care, he did. Senior had instructed him to do such a big thing, so he couldn't disappoint him. Therefore, Elder Zhu Yi was now chasing after everyone without stopping. You still dare to glare at me? Are you looking for a beating? Elder Zhu Yi stared at Shimen Bubi before slapping his neck. During this period of time, Elder Zhu Yi had been doing all kinds of work, such as dust making, brick moving, and carpentry. The strength in his hands was not something that invincible West Gate could withstand. Bubi Shimen was slapped to the ground and let out a painful scream. Following that, he was thrown over along with Seven Zither Divine King and the other two to be turned into dust. How could Shimen Bubi and Seven Zither Divine King dare to disobey? They hurriedly bent down and picked up the shovel on the ground, preparing to dust it. However, when the two of them reached for the shovel, they realized that they couldn't lift it at all. What happened? This is a top-notch divine weapon. Puzzled, Invincible West Gate gripped the shovel with both hands, wanting to exert force. However, the heavy shovel made him use almost all of his strength before he could pick it up completely. It was the same for Seven Zither. The two of them looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. They were dignified divine kings, but now, they actually could not even lift a shovel. If word got out, who in the entire divine realm would believe that? Who would dare to believe it? Be careful. If you dare to dawdle again, don't blame me for lashing you with my whip. You two little thieves, this is the price you have to pay for tearing down our courtyard. Hurry up. Elder Zhu Yi urged fiercely from behind the two of them. Seven Zither God King and Shimen Bubi hurriedly gritted their teeth and beat the dust. The courtyard was still quiet and peaceful. Only Chu Iran was still staring blankly at the sky. What's wrong? Are you bored? Just then, Xiao Changqian's voice rang out from behind Chu Iran. Senior? Hearing Xiao Changqian's voice, Chu Iran's face lit up. She turned around and threw herself into Xiao Changqian's arms. What are you doing? Xiao Changtian hurriedly let go of his hands and retreated. There were so many people here. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if he fainted again because his blood was boiling? Moreover, he had to be careful. How could he take it lying down when Chu Iran came at him like this? Hee, senior, just a hug. Chu Iran smiled faintly, a blissful expression appearing on her face. It was as if every time she got close to Xiao Changtian, her heart would feel warm. That feeling made him extremely fond of it. Not even a hug. Remember, you're still a virgin. You have to know how to respect the great and mighty in the future, okay? Xiao Changtian started to teach him with a serious face. He was really worried that if Chu Iran met someone who was so passionate towards her and threw herself into someone else's arms, she would definitely suffer. Teaching must be done well. Oh, I don't hug others either. Chu Iran mumbled with her head lowered, looking extremely adorable. Forget it. Xiao Changtian waved his hand, and Chu Iran returned to her own courtyard. She had been away from home for many years, so it was only natural that she would feel lonely. He hadn't really taken care of Chu Iran before. How about this, I'll take you out for an autumn outing. Xiao Changtian said with a smile. During this period of time, the autumn weather was clear and refreshing, and the temperature had returned a little. It happened to be noon. It was not bad to go out for an autumn outing, roast meat, and fish. It was a good time for Chu Iren to relax. Autumn outing. Yay! Although Chu Iren didn't know what the autumn outing meant, she felt very safe being able to follow her senior. She felt extremely safe. Wait for me to call Jiu and bring these animals along for the autumn outing. Xiao Changtian finished all the instructions, and Mu Jiahuang brought Xiao Ma and carried the transparent tank of the golden arowana. As for the white tiger, it was in Xiao Changtian's arms. Alpha led the way, and the old hen followed beside Alpha. At the same time, Xiao Changtian stored all the seasonings, food, carpet, and so on needed for the autumn outing into the special interspatial ring that the Great Sun Immortal had given him. The Great Sun Immortal is really thoughtful. He knows that one don't have any Zhenyuan and can't use the interspatial ring, so he specially made an interspatial ring for me that doesn't require Zhenyuan. Such a good immortal cultivator, I can't let the Great Sun Immortal give me something for free. Draw another autumn scenery for the Great Sun Immortal. Xiao Changtian muttered to himself. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain outside Daong town. There was a lake here. The water was half murky, and there were many fish swimming in it. Were there wild geese flying over and eagles crying? Jiu, go prepare the barbecue. It'll be hard, Xiao Changtian ordered. Yes, master. Mu Jiahuang nodded and replied respectfully. Senior, what should I do then? Chu Iren asked, puzzled. Let me teach you how to fly a kite, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Kite? Chu Iren was slightly puzzled. She had never heard of flying a kite before. You'll know later. Xiao Changtian smiled and took out a black string and a huge eagle-shaped kite from his ring. Next, you pull the string and run on the spot, letting the kite fly with the wind, Xiao Changtian explained slowly. Chu Iren listened attentively from the side. Senior, I know. Chu Iren listened attentively. After Xiao Changtian's explanation, she picked up her kite, pulled on the string, and started running. Phew! As the strong wind blew, the kite flew high in the sky. Hee hee, you're very smart, Xiao Changtian praised. Of course. Chu Iren's face lit up with joy at Xiao Changtian's praise. Chu Iren was running on the mountaintop with the kite in her hand, feeling extremely happy. However, suddenly, the kite seemed to have hit someone, and a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Chapter 235 Chapter 235 Let's go back to have tea. Chapter 235 Let's go back to have tea. I. All. The figure let out a miserable cry and smashed a huge hole in the ground. Oh my God! Ghost! Shocked, Chu Iren hid behind Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian was also slightly shocked. This person seemed to have hit a kite and fell from the sky. In other words, this person was flying. It could fly. That was an immortal cultivator. Did he get into trouble? Xiao Changtian was extremely confused and worried. Immortal cultivators could easily kill him. Let's retreat first, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Chu Iren nodded and walked away. Xiao Changtian wanted to leave as well, but the black figure had already stood up from the hole. Stop! The figure let out a low voice, which sounded extremely angry. He did not expect to see a kite while he was flying. Initially, he didn't care much about it. How could a kite block his way? He was just about to directly transmigrate over. It was just a kite anyway. He could just smash it with a palm. However, as he flew by himself and approached the edge of the kite, he slapped out with his palm, ready to smash the kite into pieces. The kite did not move at all. His full-powered palm strike actually did not shake the kite at all. His entire body directly collided with the kite and instantly fell down. What are you doing? Chu Iren stood behind Xiao Changtian, her face filled with confusion. Xiao Changtian also looked at the person in front of him. The person in front of him looked slightly bloated from afar. Especially that stomach, it was extremely obvious. He was dressed in a black robe and was 8 feet tall. He did look intimidating. But at this moment, That person's face was bruised and swollen, and it looked like a pig's head. Did you get hit by a kite? Xiao Changtian frowned. Was this person really a cultivator? How could it be hit by his paper kite? Wasn't he too weak? Could it be that a cultivator who has just entered the sect is learning the sword kinesis flying technique? Xiao Changtian frowned. In the TV series he watched in his previous life, it was all like this. Since he was a new disciple, there was no need to worry. No, nothing. I just wanted to ask you what material your kites are made of. The black-robed man asked. It's made of paper. What's wrong? Xiao Changtian said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Since he was an ordinary cultivator who had just entered the sect, he should be able to communicate with him. What? Paper? The black-robed man's face revealed a look of disbelief. Who is this person in front of me? My identity cannot be exposed. In order to avoid those people from the divine world, I came to the lower realm. The man in black stared at Xiao Changtian, trying to see through his cultivation. However, he realized that Xiao Changtian was just an ordinary mortal. His mood became more and more solemn. However, how could a mortal possess a top-notch divine artifact like a kite? Even in his divine court, there was probably no divine artifact that could compare to it. No, I can't. The person in front of him was definitely not a mortal. He's an old monster who has descended to the mortal world. The black-robed man became more and more frightened. In his eyes, Xiao Changtian was also here to steal his luck, but he was hiding his identity. No, I've already divided myself into several parts and escaped to different places. One definitely can't be caught in the lower realm. The black-robed man thought to himself. Immediately, the idea of escaping appeared in his mind. I'll run. The black-robed man turned into a wisp of smoke and fled instantly. He did not want to be caught. If he was caught, he would not be able to rebuild the divine court again. Why did he run? Chu Iran frowned. Senior didn't say anything about killing him. Xiao Changtian was shocked. Could it be that this person saw that he couldn't defeat the three of them alone, so he went back to the sect to ask for reinforcements? Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian was shocked. He still had the ability to fight against this ordinary cultivator, but if he let this cultivator go back and call for help, it would be troublesome. At that time, the speed of the three of them escaping would definitely not be as fast as the speed of the cultivators flying. Even if he asked for help from the Great Sun Immortal, he might not be able to make it in time. We have to capture this person. We can't let him go back and ask for help. Xiao Changtian thought. Then, his expression froze and he looked at Alpha. Alpha, go chase him. Alpha had hunted in the Black Forest. There was no need to worry about hunting down an ordinary cultivator now. Woof! Hearing that, Alpha instantly turned his momentum to one side. His forelegs seemed to have transformed into light speed as he instantly rushed towards the black-robed man in front of him. Woof woof! Hearing the barking, the man in black wanted to turn his head to take a look. But suddenly, in his mind, a huge divine dog phantom appeared directly. Beneath the feet of the divine dog were the vast stars in the sky. With the vast stars as chess pieces and the boundless galaxy as a chessboard, it opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to swallow the sky and the moon. Ah! The man in black was so frightened that he fell to the ground and did not dare to move. As the Lord of the Divine Court, he knew very well that this was the heaven-swallowing dog. The legendary divine beast, the heaven-swallowing dog. How is that possible? The heaven-swallowing dog had already disappeared before the miracle. Why is it in the lower realm? The Lord of the Divine Court was already scared silly. Even at his peak, he was no match for the heaven-swallowing dog. Don't kill me. The man in black looked at the heaven-swallowing dog in front of him and said in panic. With his current state, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Xiao Changtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the cultivator in front of him fall to the ground in fear. It was rare for a cultivator to be frightened by one. However, this was enough to show that the person in front of him was really a beginner immortal cultivator who had not even learned how to fly on a sword. Xiao Changtian immediately calmed down. There was still room for negotiation. As long as he brought this person back and let the Great Sun Immortal act as a mediator to resolve the conflict between the two sides, then this matter could be reduced to a small matter. Alpha, don't mess around. Go away. Xiao Changtian smiled and walked over, pretending to chase Alpha away. He walked up to the Lord of the Court of Gods. Don't be afraid. Alpha hasn't been trained much. We won't kill you. We just want to invite you back for a cup of tea. Get up. Xiao Changtian said lightly. However, when the Lord of the Divine Court looked at Xiao Changtian, he became even more terrified. That was the heaven-swallowing dog, but in front of this person, it was actually so respectful. Who is this person in front of him? Just as the leader of the Divine Court was thinking, Xiao Changtian had already pulled him back. Let's go back and have some tea. Chapter 236, Chapter 236. I'll kill you, you filthy old turtle eye. Chapter 236. I'll kill you, you filthy old turtle eye. Xiao Changtian pulled the man in black with a smile on his face. Now, as long as he could bring this black-robed man back, everything would be fine. Let's go. One have good tea at home. Xiao Changtian said lightly while pulling the arm of the Lord of the Divine Court. The master of the Divine Court was pulled by Xiao Changtian. He felt as if his arm was being strangled by the heavenly Tao. He couldn't resist at all. Even the circulation of the true essence in his body was directly restricted by the force from Xiao Changtian's hand. I can't use my cultivation. The master of the Divine Court was shocked. What kind of method was this? It was simply unimaginable. The bloodline of the highest law of the divine world flowed in his body, but he was actually unable to use it in front of this ordinary person. Even those old monsters couldn't do it. Who exactly are you? The Lord of the Divine Court was extremely puzzled and terrified at the same time. Such an expert had imprisoned him but did not kill him directly. Could it be that he had other motives? The master of the Divine Court broke out in cold sweat. As for the autumn outing, it was completely ruined. Joe, bring the roasted meat with you. You can still eat it when you go back. Xiao Changtian ordered. At the same time, Xiao Changtian sent a message to the Great Sun Immortal, asking him to come to his courtyard. Far away in the Great Sun sect. The Great Sun Immortal's face turned red from being hugged, and he found it difficult to breathe. Even the true essence in his body was stagnant. He and Fatty Rong Rong were squatting in a corner, their faces filled with fear. Sensing the destructive aura outside, the man and the bear were shivering. Damn turtle, I will stab you to death today. The Monkey King stared at the black tortoise in front of him and bared his teeth. Stinky monkey, come on, let's see who's afraid of who today. Black Tortoise said angrily. When the two divine beasts fought, even the space trembled and cracked. Until this moment, the ring of the Great Sun Immortal suddenly lit up. With the appearance of the light, the two great divine beasts in the middle of the battle seemed to have sensed it and stopped in an instant. Soon after, the two divine beasts flew to the side of the Great Sun Immortal and hurriedly asked, "What did Master say?" The two divine beasts could sense that this was a message from Xiao Changtian. Sensing that the two immortal beasts were no longer fighting, Fatty Rong Rong released Great Sun Jinren. The Great Sun Immortal then checked the contents of the communication ring and said, "Senior asked me to make a trip. There's something I need to do." But Senior didn't tell me the details. The Great Sun Immortal said respectfully and even showed the news to the Black Tortoise and the Monkey King. "Seniors, then I?" The Great Sun Immortal looked at the Black Tortoise and the Monkey King with a puzzled expression. He was seeking the opinion of Black Tortoise and Monkey. He could either bring the three animals with him or go alone. No matter who he brought, he would offend another person. "Boss, Monkey, let's go together. If we delay any longer, Master will be angry." Fatty Rong Rong also advised from the side. "Humph. The green-haired turtle and monkey looked at each other with contempt, turning their faces away, riding on the shoulders of Fatty Rong Rong, one on each side. Hee, then let's go. Seeing that the two divine beasts had finally stopped making a fuss, the Taoist Master De Yang hurriedly flew towards the small courtyard. Come, drink some tea. Xiao Changtian sipped his tea as he spoke to the Lord of the Divine Court. Yes, sir. The Master of the Divine Court smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly picked up the teacup. In his heart, however, there was infinite fear. He didn't know what Xiao Changtian wanted to do. This was what the Lord of the Divine Court was most afraid of. Just now, he used his gaze to size up the small courtyard and saw the few animals in passing. He was almost scared away. Phoenix, chaos ant, heaven-swallowing dog, white tiger, golden dragon. Why are there so many divine beasts gathered in this lower realm? Could the rumors be true? The Lord of the Divine Court frowned. This was a secret he knew when he was the Lord of the Divine Court. When the divine beast descended into the world again, it meant that a new calamity would descend. That was the heavenly tribulation. He couldn't avoid it. Could it be that the person in front of me is the one who will bring disaster in the future? The Lord of the Divine Court looked at Xiao Changtian and felt even more terrified. To be able to raise so many divine beasts had already exceeded his understanding. By the way, where are you from? How should I address you? Xiao Changtian looked at the leader of the Divine Court as he sipped his tea. Seriously. He was even more certain that this cultivator must have come from a small sect. Only cultivators from small sects who lacked confidence would be afraid. Since it was a small sect, it was even easier to deal with. Now, as long as he found out the background of the other party, knew which sect the cultivator was from, and waited for the great Sun Immortal to arrive, then all the matters would be resolved. Hearing this, the Lord of the Divine Court's heart skipped a beat. Is the other party going to reveal his identity? Are you going to attack me? The Lord of the Divine Court began to worry, but he knew that it was impossible to hide from such an expert. I'm Di Tian. The Lord of the Divine Court replied immediately. I'm from above. My name is Di Tian. The Lord of the Divine Court replied. Above. Di Tian. Xiao Changtian heard this and frowned slightly. What kind of place was up there? The name Di Tian was really weird. However, Xiao Changtian thought about it and felt that it should be referring to a sect. He didn't even know a few sects in the cultivation world, so it was normal for him not to know. Diden, come, drink some more tea. Xiao Changtian then asked Jiao Er to pour a cup of tea for Di Tian. He calculated the time and realized that Taoist Master Deong should be here by now. As expected. Just as Xiao Changtian was thinking this, outside the courtyard, Taoist Master De Yang walked in with Fatty Rong Rong and the other two by his side. You were looking for me? The great Sun Immortal said respectfully. Xiao Changtian and Di Tian both stared at Taoist Deong. Di Tian merely turned his head and was instantly shocked. With his eyesight, he instantly recognized that it was the divine beast Black Tortoise, the divine beast Spirit Monkey, and the Iron Eater. They were all legendary divine beasts. Alright, the three of you. You didn't listen to me and want to run out, right? Xiao Changtian was furious. This was related to whether he could become an invincible existence in the future. Then he locked onto the green-haired turtle and grabbed its tail, lifting it up. Xiao Changtian grabbed the green-haired turtle with one hand and slapped its shell with the other. He was furious. Wah! Fatty Rong Rong was so frightened that she shrank back. Monkey was also shivering, not daring to move. The immortal De Yang narrowed his eyes and did not dare to look directly at him. The one who feared the most was still Di Tian. He couldn't believe that the person before him was actually beating the divine beast Black Tortoise. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Can I Stay? Chapter 237, Can I Stay? Bang 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 bang. Xiao Shangrian felt that it wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he threw the green-haired turtle on the ground and kicked it away. "Old dirty turtle, you never let me worry," Xiao Shangrian cursed. It was good that these animals were immortal beasts. At least he could protect himself. However, when the system gave them to him, they were just ordinary and ordinary. They were ordered around by a mortal like him every day and did not have any power at all. If he couldn't protect himself, he might be caught by that cultivator on the way and be eaten alive. "All right, go back to your own nest," Xiao Shangrian said speechlessly. The old dirty turtle was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly ran back into the pond on his 4 legs and submerged himself under the water. As for Fatty Rongrong and Monkey, they also slipped back. Only, Fatty Rongrong had already shrunk into a ball due to fright, directly rolling back. "Sigh, when will I be able to save myself from trouble?" Xiao Shangrian shook his head helplessly. After that, he pulled Daoist's son to the side and explained everything about Di Tian. "Just this." After listening to Xiao Changqian's explanation, Rhe Great Sun Immortal raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Senior was too cautious because he wanted to return to his original state? Xiao Shangrian looked at the Great Sun Immortal and raised his eyebrows. He said, "That's it?" As expected, the Great Sun Immortal is indeed the Great Sun Immortal. Every time something happens, there's almost nothing that the Great Sun Immortal can't solve. But that's true. Who asked Daoist De Yang to be an expert of Rhe Divine Realm? Xiao Shangrian thought. "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Please don't worry," the Great Sun Immortal said respectfully. Soon after, Daoist De Yang walked over and exchanged a few words with Di Tian. Xiao Changtian, who was standing far away, was watching. However, very quickly, in just a few breaths, he saw Di Tian standing up respectfully, staring at perfected Great Sun with a look of astonishment. Xiao Shangrian knew that it was a done deal. As for Daoist De Yang and Di Tian, who were conversing, they were both shocked by the other party's identity. However, the one who was the most shocked was still Di Tian. "Are you saying that such a mighty figure is returning to his original state and refining his heart in the mortal world?" Di Tian truly found it hard to accept this point of view. Such a mighty figure actually captured him and sent him to call for help. Indeed. Senior, you've already completely forgotten your identity as an expert in Rhe mortal world. I reckon that you're just enjoying the peace of the mortal world / the Great Sun Immortal said. "That's true." Di Tian nodded. It was lonely at the top. He understood this very well. Only when one stood at the highest point would one understand how simple happiness in the mortal world was. After hearing Daoist De Yang's explanation, Di Tian heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Senior didn't want to do anything to him. Everything was a misunderstanding. After understanding this matter, Di Tian walked toward Xiao Changtian. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Di Tian clasped his hands toward Xiao Changtian, his attitude extremely respectful. "It's fine. It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved." Xiao Changtian nodded with a faint smile on his face. There was really nothing that could not be solved when the Great Sun Immortal came out. Senior, I have a request." Di Tian stammered. "Tell me," one Xiao Shangrian nodded. Di Tian replied, "Well, I think I want to stay with you for a while. Is that okay?" Di Tian had a look of hope on his face, as though he really wanted to stay. As long as he could stay here, it was impossible for those experts of the divine world to capture him. As long as he did not gather all of them, those old fellows in the divine world would never be able to deprive him of his luck. "Stay for a while?" Xiao Shangrian frowned. Why would Di Tian want to stay here? These were the residences of mortals. Xiao Shangrian was puzzled. He rolled his eyes and looked at the immortal of Great Sunday. Suddenly, he realized something. "I understand now. I wanted to learn from the Great Sun Immortal." Xiao Shangrian nodded. This was also the reason. Di Tian came from a small sect and didn't even know much about the sword control art. Now that he saw an expert like perfected great son, he naturally admired him and hoped that he could learn a thing or two from him. However, he was also too embarrassed to speak directly to the immortal De Yang, so he found him to be the middleman. Sure. Don't worry and stay here for as long as you want. Xiao Shangria nodded. Di Tian was an immortal cultivator. If he could really learn a thing or two from Taoist De Yang, he would definitely become an expert of his generation. He was willing to give such a person a chance. When Di Tian became a supreme expert, he would be grateful for his kindness. At that time, even if he didn't open the path of invincibility and grew old, he would still be able to receive some help. Thank you, senior, thank you. Di Tian hurriedly thanked Xiao Changtian. Now he was not only respectful to Xiao Changtian, but also grateful. Staying in Senior's small courtyard was equivalent to all the dangers disappearing. However, you have to promise me one condition. Xiao Changtian spoke again. Senior, please speak. Di Tian's expression was resolute. Being able to stay here with his senior was already a great opportunity. No matter what price he had to pay, he was willing to do it. I don't keep idle people here. Since you're staying, you'll eat and drink. A series of things. So, you need to pay the price. Xiao Shangrian said lightly. The price? Di Tian wanted to directly take out a fragment from his own sleeve. This was the fragment of the Divine Court Order. In the future, as long as the Divine Court can be rebuilt, Senior will also be in the Divine Court. Moreover, the fragment contained a great amount of luck. It was enough to help an ordinary cultivator from the Tian Yuan continent reach the God Emperor realm. What is this? A fragment? One don't want this. However, Xiao Changtian was not interested in the fragment at all. Although the fragment was a piece of jade, his appraisal skills were at the advanced level. But I don't like these things. Don't want this? Senior, this is the most valuable thing one have on me. I don't know what else I have. Di Tian's heart sank. Senior, you're not even interested in the fragments of the Divine Court token? Could it be that he had no chance to stay here? Di Tian was incomparably anxious. He frantically rummaged through his body but he couldn't find anything. Alright, stop looking. I'm asking you to work. It just so happens that my small yard is being renovated. You can help with the work. Xiao Changtian waved his hands. He stared at Di Tian's expression as he spoke. Help out. I can. Di Tian nodded madly. Chapter 238 Chapter 238, Can't Let Others Interjectly. Chapter 238, Can't Let Others Interjectly. In the courtyard, Di Tian followed a group of god kings and started to grind the dust. Only now did he understand that grinding the dust was an extremely difficult task. These are all divine artifacts, top-notch divine artifacts. Di Tian gripped the shovel as an expression of extreme terror appeared on his face. He looked at the cement and red soil again. It was not simple dust. It was clearly the legendary divine soil. And that red brick. Di Tian felt that just by staring at that red brick, he could feel a terrifying might that made people shudder. It made him feel as if it was some kind of terrifying divine artifact. He was afraid and did not dare to look directly at it. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Behind Di Tian, Grand Elder Zhu Yi urged. Yes. Di Tian hurriedly replied as he quickened his movements. The green-haired turtle didn't dare to move at all in the pool. It shrank into its shell as if it had been petrified. Fatty Rongrong's head was against the wall, reflecting on her mistakes. Monkey scratched his ears and cheeks as he squatted on the bamboo forest, looking around from time to time. The red-tailed bottleneck monkey and the six-eared macaque crouched under the bamboo forest, not daring to approach Wukong. Meanwhile, in the Void Holy Land, Wang Miaosho was led by Hierarch Yellow Skirt to Wukong Holy Land's sect master Yun Lioli's room. Senior, thank you. After saying that, the yellow-dressed hierarch ran out in a panic. Pa! She could only hear a slight rustling sound as the divine lord in the yellow dress closed the door. Outside, there was even a rustling sound, as if someone was blocking the door. What are they doing? Why are you blocking the door? Wang Miaoshu frowned, his face filled with doubt. Outside the room, the voice of the yellow skirt hierarch rang out, "Senior, I'll leave the rest to you." "We're retreating." After saying that, Wang Miaoshu heard hurried footsteps. The female cultivators of Rukong sect outside the door seemed to be fleeing. Li Dab, was there any danger in treating an illness? Wang Miaoshu asked in confusion. Then he looked over at the bed. There seemed to be a graceful figure lying under the thin red muslin curtain. It was probably Holy Lord Yun Lioli of the Void Holy Land. "Should I go in or should you come out?" "The treatment requires observation, listening, questioning, and feeling. I have to observe for a while before I can prescribe the right medicine for you," Wang Miaoshu said in a deep voice. "Come in. I don't want to move." A woman's gentle and graceful voice sounded from within the red muslin tent. "All right, 1 foot 11 inches, go in then." Wang Miaoshu nodded. She lifted the red gauze curtain in front of her and walked in. The next moment he saw Yun Lioli lying on the bed. Yun Lioli's face was flushed red, and her eyes were blurry. Her fair and slender hands were grabbing the red bedsheet beneath her forcefully. "You?" Wang Miaoshu looked at the scene before him and frowned slightly. He was poisoned. And it was a very powerful joyous union medicine. "You're a doctor. Is there any way to cure this poison?" Yun Lioli gritted her teeth and circulated the true essence in her body, barely managing to resist. "Of course there is a way, but you have to endure it." As Wang Miaoshu said that, she lifted Yun Lioli's blanket. "What are you doing?" "Ah!" A loud shout soon came from the room. In the Void Holy Land's main hall, everyone heard Yun Lioli's exclamation and looked worried. "Do you think the sect master will be fine? This person is also a poison expert." "Sister Huang Chong, one didn't dare to say it before because I couldn't confirm that person's strength. If he was from the Sima clan, wouldn't the sect leader be in danger?" A few women from Rukong sect surrounded the yellow-dressed woman with puzzled expressions. "Don't worry. His aura has never appeared in the divine realm before. His body carries the aura of the lower realm. Most importantly, I tried to stab his heart with my full strength to test his reaction, but his body was like an iron wall. I couldn't stab it at all. If I'm not mistaken, his strength should be at the God King stage. God Kings don't need to do such sneak attacks. Just kill us directly. Only a divine king realm expert who knows medicine can save the sect master." Huang Shang analyzed, and the elders of the Void Holy Land nodded. In the corner, a woman in an ice blue dress frowned. A black light flew out from the ring on her finger. The Sima clan had already promised her. After sect master Yun Lioli, she would support her to become the next sect master of the Rukong Holy Land. She absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to cure Yun Lioli. The black light also flew out when no one was paying attention. On the other side of the black light was a young man from the Sima clan. "Young master, please spare me. I can't take it anymore." "Sob, sob, sob, please let me go, young master." A few women screamed in pain. The ground was covered in blood. However, Sima Chang's face was filled with extreme joy. His eyes were filled with greed as he waved the whip in his hand and wantonly whipped these maidservants. "Ah, bear with it, it'll be fine soon," Sima Chang said pervertedly, his face carrying a crazed expression. It was only until those maids had completely fainted that Sima Chang put down the whip in his hand, his face revealing a disappointed expression. "Boring." One reckoned that the yin-yang joyous unification powder on Yun Lioli's body should be showing its effects now. It's time to take advantage of this. Yun Lioli's taste. It must be wonderful," Sima Chang said crazily. However, all of a sudden, a black light shone from his ring. "This be ***, what is it that you want to bother me with?" Sima Chang said with an impatient tone, his face filled with disdain. To him, that traitor was just a plaything. When the time came, he would casually play with him and throw him away. As for the Void Holy Land, it would naturally be annexed by the Sima clan. This was his ultimate goal. Sima Chang impatiently opened the message, and his face immediately revealed a surprised expression. A godly monarch actually entered Yun Lioli's room. Fuck, it can't be that I didn't set up a trap and let others enjoy the benefits, right? Sima Chang's expression changed. The yin-yang joyous unification powder had taken effect, so it was now the easiest time for Yun Lioli to break through. If that godly king got there first and interfered, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Steward, lead your men to the Void Holy Land. Immediately, Sima Chang said angrily. He directly turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 239, Chapter 239. Sima Chang is furious. Chapter 239. Sima Chang is furious. I wonder how the situation is now. I wonder if the sect leader's poison has been cured. In the hall, the disciples of Ru Kong's sect looked worried. After all, this poison was not ordinary. It was an extremely shameful thing for the Void Holy Land, which only had female disciples. Wait. We can only wait. Even if something bad happens in the end, it's still better than letting that scum Sima and take advantage of the sect leaders. Huang Shang said with an anxious expression. It had been a few minutes since Wang Miaoshu had entered the room. Moreover, there were moans coming from the room. No one knew exactly what had happened. No, I think we should go in and take a look. Even if we don't worry about the sect master's safety, the sect master's innocence can't be destroyed. The woman in the icy blue dress standing in the corner was anxious. Just now, Sima Chang had sent her a message. If Yun Lioli wasn't a virgin, then she didn't need to live anymore. Huang Shang was slightly stunned. Why hadn't Lu Yi been anxious before? Now, she suddenly became anxious. Being stared at by Huang Shang, Lu Yi's face revealed an unnatural expression, but she hurriedly hid it and said, I'm just concerned about the sect leader. After saying that, Lu Yi rushed straight to Yun Lioli's room. Not good, don't let her do anything. Catch her. Huang Shang was instantly shocked. As if he had understood something, he directly asked the cultivators beside him to grab Lu Yi. Under everyone's joint attack, Lu Yi did not have any strength to resist at all and was directly imprisoned. What are you doing? I'm just concerned about the sect master. Quote, Lu Yi pretended to be angry. Lu Yi, when I investigated the spy previously, I felt that there was something wrong with you. Why is your ponytail finally showing now? Huang Shang stared at Lu Yi, a playful expression on his face. Huang Shang, although you are an elder, I am also an elder. 1 am not half a level lower than you. What do you mean by this? Lu Yi said coldly. However, the yellow-robed woman did not say anything. She directly slapped the green-robed woman's head and then searched her soul. Soon after, a scene was directly projected by Huang Shang using the crystal ball. All the female cultivators present saw it clearly. It was the scene of Lu Yi and Sima Chang being entangled together, as well as the scene of Lu Yi sending out a message and secretly colluding with Sima Chang. The female cultivators at the side all blushed and stopped watching the scene on the crystal ball. Lu Yi, what else do you have to say? Huang Shang stared at Lu Yi with a cold gaze, as if he wanted to turn into a sharp sword and pierce through Lu. When Lu Yi saw that her indecent acts had been exposed, her face revealed a hint of embarrassment. However, in the next moment, she became angry out of humiliation. At the same time, a black light lit up on her ring. That proved that Sima Chang had already arrived. Immediately, Lu Yi smiled disdainfully. Then she began to roar, so what? I did all of this. Including the fact that the purpose of poisoning the sect leader was to let young Master Sima succeed. You be asterisk cheese, in the future, you will only be young Master Sima's playthings. Just wait to be trampled on, ha. Lu Yi laughed maniacally. You're courting death. Huang Shang stared at Lu Yi and was about to slap her to death. If such a traitor appeared in the sect, the outcome would be very miserable. Hee hee, you can't kill me. Lu Yi smiled. Following that, a terrifying aura that covered the sky and earth instantly shocked everyone present. What? Everyone immediately felt a mountain-like pressure land heavily on their bodies, making them unable to move at all. Where's Yun Lioli? Bring me to her. Sima Chang said coldly and directly released the restraints on Lu Yi's body. Yes, young Master Sima. The corners of Lu Yi's lips curled up into a crooked smile. Then, she glared fiercely at Huang Shang and the others before rushing towards Yun Lioli's room with Sima Chang. Bang! Sima Chang slapped out with his palm. The palm force was vigorous, as if it could pierce through the clouds and split rocks. The door of the room was directly broken open. In an instant, everything inside the door could be seen clearly. What did you do? Sima Chang looked at Yun Lioli, who was putting on her clothes, and the muscular Wang Miaoshou, who was standing at the side. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. Sima Chang. Yun Lioli was stunned, and her gaze turned fierce. She stared at Sima Chang and Lu Yi, who was beside Sima Chang, with a murderous look on her face. If looks could kill, then she would have killed Sima Chang 100 times, 10,000 times. Lu Yi, it's really you? You really colluded with Sima Chang? But Yun Lioli looked at Lu Yi and asked in confusion. One just want the Rukong Holy Land. Since one can't beat you, why can't I find external help? Lu Yi's face was filled with pride, and she even pretended to be a little bird that wanted to lean on Sima Chang's body. Get lost. However, Sima Chang was now furious out of humiliation. Yun Lioli's joyous unification powder had already been cured, which meant that Yun Lioli and the man beside her. He couldn't stand it. Immediately, the aura around his body erupted, and he directly bounced Lu Yi away, crashing into a pillar at the side. His face revealed an incomparably ferocious expression. Young Master Sima, why did you do that? After being sent flying and crashing into a pillar, Lu Yi's face revealed a puzzled expression. He had already had sex with Sima Chang, and Sima Chang was actually hitting him now. You're just a whore. You harmed your sect leader and betrayed your trust. I'm just playing with trash like you. Besides, you're a good-for-nothing. You've messed up the task I gave you. Go to hell, trash. Sima Nan slapped Lu. Boom! With a shocking explosion, Lu Yi directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, he disappeared, and his soul was destroyed. You killed Lu Yi? Yun Lioli, who saw this scene, was completely enraged. Sima Chang drugged him, plotted against him, and now he was even toying with his sister. You deserve to die. Yun Lioli flew into a rage. Rainbow divine light began to emanate from her body. The divine light turned into a torrent that shot towards Sima Chang. Bang! The seven-colored divine light gathered and seemed to be able to tear through space and shatter everything. Since you're no longer a virgin, there's no point in keeping you alive. Then you'll die today. Sima Chang said coldly, and his aura also erupted. Chapter 240 Sima Chang, Dead Alive. Chapter 240, Sima Chang, Dead Alive. Roar. With a heaven-shaking roar, a huge force suddenly condensed into a huge black horse behind Sima Chang. The black horse appeared out of thin air. Its body was covered in black scales. The scales were dense and emitted a cold light. Death Horse, devour! Sima Chang grunted angrily, and black gas erupted around him. The horse of death headed straight for Yun Lioli's seven-colored divine light. Roar! The black horse shouted loudly and spat out a black aura from its mouth. The black aura instantly engulfed the seven-colored divine light. Bang! The boundless rainbow divine light disappeared, and the black horse stepped on Yun Lioli's chest, sending her flying. Puff! Yun Lioli suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the large bed behind her to shatter into pieces. It was not until it circulated its true essence that it managed to half kneel on the ground and barely support itself. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Sima Chang roared angrily and looked at Wang Miaoshu. One don't care where you came from or what power you have behind you. If you dare to touch my people, one want you dead. I want you dead. Sima Chang said angrily as he drove his black horse towards Wang Miaoshu. What's going on? Wang Miaoshu, who was packing up her medicine box, revealed a puzzled expression. It seemed like he hadn't done anything. No. Yun Lioli watched as the black horse flew towards Wang Miaoshu. She immediately ignited her true essence and blocked in front of Wang Miaoshu. Wang Miaoshu had used her medical skills to save her. She had not been seriously injured, nor had she lost face. It was her benefactor. Even though she knew that her benefactor was powerful and did not fear this dark horse, she could not let her benefactor be offended like this. Bang! Another collision. In an instant, Yun Lioli was sent flying for the second time. This time, all the bones in her body collapsed, and she fell to the ground, unable to move. B****. He was actually protecting someone else at this time. I must let you see with your own eyes today that I will skin him alive. Sima Chang roared in rage. His face was filled with rage and malevolence. His boundless aura once again drove the black horse, trampling directly towards Wang Miaoshu. Roar! The black horse neighed, its four legs kicking like mountains. This is ridiculous. However, one have never liked people who poison people. Wang Miaoshu shook his head and directly clenched his fist, smashing it towards the black horse. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. He actually wants to use his physical body to receive my attack? He's simply delusional. Death horse, crush him. Sima Chang sneered. This was the first time he had seen such a godly king who was not prepared to use true essence and wanted to block his killing move. How ridiculous! However, just as he was about to watch Wang Miaoshu disappear under the stomping of the horse of death, he was stunned. What happened next shocked him. Gotcha! Wang Miaoshu's punch directly shattered the black horse condensed from true essence. The black horse of death formed by the vital essence dissipated in the space. Boundless power directly spread out in the space. How is that possible? Sima Chang was incomparably shocked, his face filled with disbelief. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a powerful force that could not be matched. It was like a brilliant and mighty force that directly bombarded his face. His entire face began to twist. All his teeth were knocked out. Puff! Sima Qiangquang coughed out a mouthful of blood and turned into a cloud of blood mist before disappearing. He was completely killed. Dead? Yun Lioli looked at everything in front of her in a daze, her face filled with shock. She had even completely forgotten about the pain in her body. She knew that Wang Miaoshu was very powerful. In the process of detoxifying her, Wang Miaoshu forcefully pressed him onto the bed, and then a bloody wound appeared on his arm. The poison flowed out of the wound. No matter how much he resisted, he could not struggle. Wang Miaoshu's strength was the strongest she had ever seen. Initially, she thought that Wang Miaoshu was already very strong. But now, after seeing Wang Miaoshu kill Sima Chang with a single punch, she knew that Wang Miaoshu's strength had far exceeded her imagination. Sigh, how troublesome. I have to treat you a second time. This is troublesome. Wang Miaoshu shook her head and looked at Yun Lioli, who was lying on the ground. She walked over and used her own technique to reattach Yun Lioli's bones. For the next few days, just lie down. How about this? I'll give you an injection. This is the latest injection technique I developed and learned from Master. It can help you recover in the shortest time possible. End quote. I still want that flower. Wang Miaoshu shook his head. He did not have much time now. He had to get the flower immediately. An injection. Yun Lioli was slightly taken aback, not understanding what he meant. At that moment, Huang Shang and the others ran over. Seeing the heavily injured Yun Lioli on the ground, they hurriedly helped her up. Senior wants to give you an injection. Huang Chang was stunned, then her face lit up with joy. Sisters, please leave. Huang Shang called out, and she was left alone. She whispered something into Yun Lioli's ear, then a smirk appeared on her face and she left as well. When Yun Lioli heard Huang Shang's words, a blush instantly appeared on her fair and pretty face. This HJH. Yun Lioli closed her eyes, her pretty face blushing. Because she was nervous, her entire body was heaving up and down. However, all of a sudden, she felt a slight stabbing pain on her skin. It was as if there was some kind of liquid flowing through the meridians in her arm and into her dantian. Soon after, an extremely warm aura instantly spread and erupted. Buzz. Quote, Yun Lioli's body began to emit a white glow. The white light began to envelop his entire body, enveloping him completely. Then, her body began to undergo a huge change. Yun Lioli felt as if there were thousands of ants biting her inside her body. As the ants bit her, Yun Lioli's flesh, bones, meridians, and everything else grew rapidly. Finally, 15 minutes later, with a loud sound, Yun Lioli flew up from the ground. His entire aura became even sharper than before, and it contained even more terrifying aura. I broke through. Yun Lioli was overjoyed, her face filled with joy. Thank you, Senior. She hurriedly thanked Wang Miaoshu. No need, don't give me these empty promises. Just give me the void flower. Chapter 241, Chapter 241. We want to become the Lords of the Divine. Chapter 241. We want to become the Lords of the Divine. _I. Yes, sir. Yun Lioli didn't hesitate and took out a flower that was a combination of red flames and blue ice. The moment the flower was taken out, two mysterious auras were reflected in the space, illuminating the entire room with red and ice blue colors. This is it. Wang Miaoshu nodded. He could feel an extreme energy from this flower. It was obviously the flower that his master had instructed him to do. Give it to me. Wang Miaoshu nodded and left with the flower. After Wang Miaoshu left, Yun Lioli's expression darkened. Everyone, move out and exterminate the Sima clan. Yun Lioli said coldly and gathered all the cultivators from the Void Holy Land. At the same time, the people of the Sima clan were also thinking about the Rukong Holy Land. Charge. Follow the clan. Quote, let's charge together with the family head. When the time comes, we'll take down the Rukong Holy Land. Captain, how can one be enough? I want two. Kiss it. You're all too weak. I can fight 10 of you at once. Bragging. The Sima clan cultivators wore expressions of extreme joy. In their opinion, it would be extremely easy for them to go to the Rukong Holy Land and destroy it. In fact, after the war, they would completely occupy the Rukong Holy Land. At that time, the women of the Rukong Holy Land would be at their mercy. Hee, Lord Steward, which one of the Rukong Holy Land do you like? Let our brothers keep it for you. A cultivator from the Sima clan came to the steward's side and asked eagerly. Which female cultivator? The butler was stunned for a moment before saying, that Huang Shang. All right, I'll pass it down now. Brothers, listen up. That Huang Shang is the butler's dish. Don't touch her. The servant shouted. Soon after, the crowd burst into laughter. Everyone went forward in high spirits. Some of the male cultivators had already undergone some changes in their bodies and began to become impatient. Hee, I heard that I'm your type? Right at this moment, Huang Shang suddenly appeared in front of the Sima clan's group, smiling as he looked at the Sima clan steward. What, you want to throw yourself into my arms now? Sure. Come on, baby. The butler opened his arms with a lewd smile on his face and even made some provocative movements. All right. Huang Shang walked over with a smile and was about to enter the butler's embrace. But in that instant, a cold light flashed. Pissed. It was like a sword light that was extremely fast. Almost no one present could guess. The sword light had already pierced through the butler's lower body. Ah! The butler let out a shrill scream. He felt as if the world was about to collapse. Waves of intense pain assaulted him. Then, two spherical objects appeared under his feet, as well as half of something else. Hee, I forgot to tell you. I only want you to be my sister. Now you're my sister. Isn't that great? Huang Shang smiled. As for the Sima clan cultivators, they all gasped. They looked at the butler rolling on the ground and subconsciously used their true essence to form a rain shield below them. Sisters, come out and castrate them all. With Huang Chang's order, countless female cultivators suddenly appeared from the space beside them. The entire battlefield was filled with sword light, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. It took less than 15 minutes. The Sima clan cultivators fell to the ground and screamed miserably. Their faces were filled with pain. The scene was filled with blood. It was simply too tragic to look at. Hee, sisters, wait for them to save themselves. Huang Shang said with a smile. On the other side, Li Wushuang's body was filled with energy. Along the way, she had robbed and killed several God Monarch realm forces. Nailin Yen, who was dressed in purple, had a look of joy on her face as she placed everything into her ring. Treasure! Do you still like these things? Li Wushuang hugged Nailin Yan's waist and said excitedly. Of course, the more the better. Nailin Yen said with a smile. With these resources, her strength would also be able to advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, she would go and settle the score with that Futian. She wanted Futian to kneel before her. She wanted Futian to become her slave. She wanted Futian to become her bootlicker again, licking her respectfully and not disobeying her at all. Treasure as long as you like it. Moi, give me a kiss. Li Wushuang laughed as she slapped Nailin Yan's butt. She then stuck out her mouth and smacked Nailin Yan's face. Nailin Yan did not say anything, but a trace of disgust still flashed across her eyes. This Li Wushuang was like a bootlicker. She was completely his spare tire. When she became stronger in the future, she would kick Li Wushuang away. No. If he killed Li Wushuang, no one would know about him. He would still be that cold goddess. However, what kind of information does the Divine Emperor want us to send to Divine King Mystic Jade that feels so important? After Li Wushuang finished talking, she frowned and revealed a puzzled expression. He stared at the stone in his hand. There were some ancient patterns carved on it. It seemed that only the descendants of the Black Cloak Deity King could use the power of their bloodline to open this thing. Brother Wushuang, why don't we do this? When we arrive at Divine King Black Jade's territory, we will secretly hide and eavesdrop. Nailin Yen said. She was also extremely curious about this news. All right, Bao, whatever you say. Li Wushuang nodded. Even if Nailin Yen wanted him to die, he was willing. Soon, the two of them flew to the Mystic Jade Immortal Continent and told Divine King Mystic Jade about this matter. Since that's the case, thank you very much. Then, they exchanged some pleasantries before Li Wushuang and Li Yen took the opportunity to leave. They then secretly dug a secret tunnel underground and arrived below Divine King Xianyu. In the main hall, Divine King Xianyu dripped a drop of his blood onto it. Then, the black-robed deity Emperor's shadow suddenly appeared. Xianyu, what I'm going to tell you next is very important. You have to guarantee that no one knows. The rumored master of the Divine Court has already reincarnated. Hurry up and lock onto his aura. As long as we hide in the luck of the master of the Divine Hall, we can. The Divine Emperor said in an old voice. Li Wushuang and Nailin Yen were stunned. Chapter 242 Chapter 242 Something Happened to the Beast Tamer Sect? 1. Chapter 242 Something happened to the beast tamer sect. 1. Lord of the Divine Court. Snatch the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court and become the controller of the divine world. Li Wushuang and Nalin Yen, who had been hiding underground eavesdropping, had heard the entire news and were extremely shocked. Let's go. Knowing how important this secret was, Li Wushuang's expression turned cold and she disappeared with Nalin Yen. Very quickly. The two of them arrived at the small forest. Big brother Wushuang, if we snatch the luck of the master of the divine court, won't we be able to control the divine world? Since we know the secret, let's do it. Nalin Yen urged from the side. However, Li Wushuang shook her head and said seriously, Yen, this matter involves too much water. It's not something that you and one can grasp. We should stay away from this matter to survive. Li Wushuang said seriously. What are you afraid of? At most, I will just die. Brother Wushuang, you are not so cowardly, are you? Nalin Yen shook her head and frowned, her eyes revealing a look of suspicion as she examined Li Wushuang from head to toe. That gaze. It was as if he was asking Li Wushuang, can you do it? She wanted to encourage Li Wushuang. If she succeeded, she could become the paragon of the divinity. If he failed, Li Wushuang was the one who died. What did it have to do with her? Being stared at like this, Li Wushuang was instantly enraged. Impossible! Would I, Li Wushuang, cower? I, Li Wushuang, am not afraid of anything. Isn't it just snatching the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court? Li Wushuang patted her chest and said heroically. That's right, this is the brother Wushuang that one like. Nalin Yen said with a smile. He, then I will let you know how great I am now. A rustling sound came from the small forest. Within the mystic jade divine hall. Divine King Xianyu was listening to the black-robed emperor's story carefully. Suddenly, the black-robed emperor's shadow disappeared and turned into a black light, entering Divine King Xianyu's mind. What was that? The Lord of the Divine Court still has his old subordinates. Let Li Wushuang be the bait first, and then we'll attack? End quote. Ancestor, one understand. Let's not do anything for now. Divine King Xianyu said calmly. He already knew the ancestor's plan. The black-robed emperor god had left 2 auras on Li Wushuang's body. With the appearance of these 2 auras, he could lock onto Li Wushuang's location at any time. As long as Li Wushuang made a move, they would be able to sense it. As long as both Li Wushuang and the old subordinates of the divine court were injured, Divine King Xianyu would be the aureole behind them. In the courtyard. It was a sunny day. Following a day of toil, the dozen godly kings and those powerhouses all collapsed from exhaustion. She went straight to the corner and squatted down to sleep. Hoo. In just a few breaths, snoring sounds could be heard. Even Di Tian felt that his legs were completely sore. Even when he walked, he was trembling. His body swayed, and his face was filled with disbelief. Everything here was simply thousands of miles away from his divine court. Even a random brick on the roof was a divine artifact in the eyes of everyone. However, only Di Tian, who was the leader of the divine court, understood that these things might not even be available in the entire divine world. In fact, it was even possible. These things came from the rumored beyond Avalon. It was just that the heavens beyond heaven was extremely mysterious. Even he himself only knew about it by chance. Di Tian leaned against the wall with difficulty, covering his face as he fell asleep. The moonlight fell on the courtyard, and it was gentle. The ground seemed to be covered with a layer of light gauze, ethereal and gentle. In Xiao Changqian's room, Chu Iren was already used to sleeping next to him. Sir God Qi Qin, what are you doing? Why haven't you killed that person yet? Divine Lord Qin, who was hiding in the toilet, was contacted by the demon god with his divine will. Demon god, you're tricking me. He has so many peerless experts by his side, as well as the black tortoise and the phoenix. Wait for a divine beast. Moreover, you're probably not a match for that peerless expert, right? Sir God Seven Zither asked coldly. It was not until he worked these few days that he knew why the demon god wanted to raise his cultivation to the divine king realm. Because he couldn't kill the demon god himself, he wanted to set him up. If you can't complete the mission, then you don't have to live anymore in 5 days. Let's go, the demon god said coldly before disappearing. Damn it. Chi-Chin cursed, but he had no other choice. The demon god's strength was far above his. Since the demon god was able to let him advance to the godly king realm, he was naturally able to kill him as well. Damn it, who exactly is Chu Iran? Why does the demon god care so much? Divine Lord Chi-Chin revealed a puzzled expression. In the divine realm, demon gods were high and mighty existences. Very few people could come into contact with the Tao because the realm of demon gods was the divine emperor realm. In the era before the divine emperor appeared, the godly kings were considered invincible. We can only find an opportunity to lure them out and then trap them. As Chi-Chin said that, he was already thinking of a solution. The only way is to start with Maniac Chu. Divine Lord Chi-Chin was thinking about it. Taking advantage of the night, the Black Tortoise and a few others were distracted. They sent out a divine sense and possessed a cultivator in the sky. It was a male cultivator riding a flying sword. Suddenly, the male cultivator was possessed by Divine Lord Chi-Chin's divine sense and headed towards Beast Tamer sect. Time passed. Countless things happened that night. The entire continent was extremely quiet and peaceful. Only Nanbu State. Blazing flames filled the sky, and thick black smoke rose into the sky. It condensed and gathered in the sky above the Southport continent, forming a huge black cloud. The black clouds were so bright that they blocked all the light in the entire Southport continent. From afar, it looked as if the Southport state had been suppressed by a terrifying existence. What happened in the direction of the Southport continent? It seems that a sect has been destroyed. In the small courtyard, a group of godly monarchs spread their divine senses out towards the Southport continent. Immediately, they saw the Beast Tamer sect with broken walls and ruins, their faces covered in dust. In the Beast Tamer sect, the corpses of demons and cultivators were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, and a bloody aura filled the entire Beast Tamer sect. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? Inside the room, Chu Iran rubbed her eyes as she overheard the discussion outside the courtyard. She vaguely seemed to have heard the words, "Something happened to the Beast Tamer sects." Something happened to Beast Tamer sect. Chu Iran said anxiously as she stood up from the bed. Chapter 243 Chapter 243 Taoist Master De Yang Can Catch Ghosts. Chapter 243 Taoist Master De Yang Can Catch Ghosts. Chu Iran stood up. Xiao Changtian was also startled awake. He opened his eyes and saw Chu Iran in her clothes. Chu Iran stood there, looking extremely anxious. What happened? Why are you standing here? Xiao Changtian frowned as he stood up from the bed. I don't know. It seems that something has happened to the Beast Tamer sect. Chu Iran shook her head. The Beast Tamer sect was her home, but now that something had happened, tears welled up in Chu Iran's eyes. Don't cry. If something really happens, I'm still here. Xiao Changtian hurriedly consoled Chu Iran when he saw her like this. The world of cultivation was cruel. Tomorrow will be unexpected, and no one knows which one will come first. All right. Chu Iran nodded and followed Xiao Changtian out. Senior, it's not good. The Beast Tamer sect seems to have been ambushed last night. It's in ruins now. We just heard someone talk about this. Elder Zhu Yi walked over and said to Xiao Changtian, Did something really happen? Chu Iran asked before Xiao Changtian could say anything. In the next moment, her eyes were filled with tears. She ran out of the courtyard and rode on the Snow Wolf King. The Beast Tamer sect was the place where she had lived for more than 10 years, as well as her father. Hurry back to the Beast Tamer sect. Chu Iran urged the Snow Wolf King beneath her. The Snow Wolf King nodded and transformed into a streak of light, leaving Daong town and heading towards Nanbu State. Qi-Chin watched Chu Iren leave, a devilish smile on his lips. As long as Chu Iren left alone, he would be able to find a chance to kill her. Immediately after, Sir God Qi-Chin sent a message to his clone. His goal was to kill Chu Iren while she was out alone and complete the mission the demon god had given him. This girl is too anxious. Forget it, I'll contact the people of Daong town and follow them. Xiao Changtian said lightly and sent a message to Taoist Big Sunday. Father, please don't let anything happen to you. Chu Iren was extremely anxious. The Snow Wolf King beneath her was also running at high speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. During this period of time, the Snow Wolf King had turned into a little white dog and wandered around the town. But did it mean that he could get a few pointers from Alpha? The current Snow Wolf King had already entered the Mahayana realm. Crossing the North Sea in the Mahayana realm was not difficult at all. In just a quarter of an hour, Chu Iren rushed back from Daong town. The Snow Wolf King had just landed on the Beast Tamer sect's territory when Chu Iren saw the corpses of demonic beasts and cultivators strewn all over the ground. The huge palace that the Beast Tamer sect had originally rebuilt turned into ashes again. A bloody and nauseating aura filled the entire Beast Tamer sect. Who did it? Quote, Chu Iren's eyes sparkled as she bellowed in rage. Her aura was icy cold, and her expression was extremely malevolent. Pa! Her whip instantly appeared and swept out, splitting a small mountain in the distance into two. Who did this? One want to tear you to pieces. Chu Iren was furious. She scanned the area with her spiritual will, but to her surprise, she couldn't find any trace of her father, Maniac Chu, among the corpses. Young master. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. A large hand slowly stretched out from under the stone. Elder Wang, are you still alive? Chu Iren was overjoyed. Just by hearing the voice, she could recognize that it was Elder Wang. Your father is on Yendang Mountain. An expert took him away. Quickly tell the senior and ask him to help you. Elder Wang said weakly. Yendang Mountain? When Chu Iren heard this, she was suddenly enraged. There seemed to be a faint green glow flickering in her eyes. She seemed to have lost her mind. Suddenly, her aura rose and she flew towards Yendang Mountain. Iren. Elder Wang was shocked. He wanted to stop Chu Iren, but she seemed to have lost her mind. She couldn't hear Elder Wang at all. What happened to Iren? Elder Wang frowned. Even the Snow Wolf King was kneeling on the ground and fighting. It was as if there was extreme fear in its soul. Oh! How dare you touch my father? You're courting death. Chu Iren's body glowed with a green light. Her speed had reached its peak, and the power around her had also reached its peak. Who is that? What a powerful aura. What fast speed. One didn't even see that person's appearance clearly. Down below, a few Mahayana realm cultivators were hurrying on their way when they suddenly sensed Chu Iren flying in the sky. Their faces revealed looks of shock. That aura had already far exceeded the Mahayana realm. Far away in the divine world. In a certain illusory place, the demon god who was in seclusion suddenly opened his eyes. What? Is the main body awakening its memories? Quote, the demon god was shocked. This won't do. Divine Lord Qi-Chin can't kill the main body now. We have to find a divine emperor to descend to the lower realm. Heavenly King Qi-Tian. The demon god spiritual will connected directly to the divine king. In the Beast Tamer sect, Xiao Changtian and Taoist De Yang rushed over. Seeing the Beast Tamer sect in ruins, Xiao Changtian frowned. However, after scanning the area, he couldn't find Chu Iren. Senior. Something happened to Iren. Hurry up and save her. There seems to be something wrong with her mind. Elder Wang hurriedly explained and described what had happened. Xiao Changtian frowned. Green light emitting from its body? Xiao Changtian muttered to himself. Suddenly he was shocked. He remembered that he had killed a green ghost with an arrow when he was hunting. Could it be a ghost? Hiss, it must be. Xiao Changtian gasped. Being haunted by a ghost was no small matter. Ordinary people couldn't fight ghosts. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian looked at the great sun immortal and asked, Taoist Big Sun, do you know how to catch ghosts? Catching ghosts? The great sun immortal was stunned, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. How could a mere ghost be compared to an immortal cultivator? However, why did Senior ask such a question? It should be. It's all right. The great sun immortal said hesitantly. That's good. Xiao Changtian nodded. He didn't expect that the great sun immortal was not only powerful but also good at catching ghosts. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Defeating the Divine King. Underscore. Chapter 244, Defeating the Divine King. Underscore I. Then let's go. Quote. Xiao Changtian was instantly filled with confidence when he heard that Taoist Big Sun could catch ghosts. He headed in the direction Chu Yiren had left in. As for Chu Yiren, her speed had increased by leaps and bounds as her strength increased. She had long since reached Mount Yendang. Yendang Mountain. The vast 100,000 mountains looked misty and blocked his vision. However, at this moment, a murderous atmosphere enveloped the entire Yendang Mountain. Chu Yiren's body glowed with a green light, her face filled with killing intent. Green vital essence enveloped the entire Yendang Mountain. Come out! Chu Yiren shouted angrily. Yiren! What's wrong, Yiren? Maniac Chu was hanging from the cliff. He looked at the completely different Chu Yiren in front of him and asked curiously. However, no matter how he shouted, it was as if Chu Yiren couldn't hear him at all. Her entire body was filled with murderous intent, her aura cold and piercing. We're finally here. Now is a good opportunity to kill you. At this moment, the cultivator possessed by Seven Zither walked out of the cave and smiled at Chu Yiren. However, when he raised his head and saw the aura around Chu Yiren, his heart skipped a beat. How can you have such a terrifying aura? The cultivator stared at Chu Yiren, his expression changing drastically. At this moment, Chu Yiren's aura had already reached its peak. In terms of aura, she had completely surpassed Seven Zither God King. What happened? Seven Zither God King, who was collecting dust in the courtyard, also sensed something. He could sense that his divine sense was under great threat. Quote, the cultivator who was possessed by Seven Zither's divine sense had a look of terror on his face. In front of Chu Yiren, he couldn't muster any resistance at all. Run! Seven String, who was in the small courtyard, immediately gave an order to his clone. The possessed cultivator instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared from Yendang Mountain. He was burning his true essence to escape. However, Chu Yiren's expression turned cold, her entire face filled with a murderous intent. She too transformed into a green beam of light and flew out. Can you escape? Chu Yiren said coldly as she reached out with her hand. The moment he grabbed out, it was as if thousands of laws had condensed in the huge hand. As it whistled out, the cultivator who wanted to escape was directly caught in the huge hand. Come out! As Chu Yiren shouted, the spiritual clone flew out of the cultivator's body. How dare you scheme against me? You're courting death. Chu Yiren was about to crush Qi-Qin's spiritual will clone. However, at this moment, an even more powerful aura suddenly descended. Boom! As the aura descended, the entire space seemed to collapse. A figure dressed in brownish-gray clothes suddenly appeared from the spatial rift. The moment he appeared, he enveloped the entire void, staring coldly at Chu Yiren. As expected, he stared at Chu Yiren with a grave expression. Then he slapped out with his palm, destroying Divine Lord Qi-Qin's divine sense clone. Ah! In the courtyard, Sir God Qi-Qin, who was working, suddenly staggered and roared. He spat out blood and fell unconscious. Since the monster god entrusted me with this task, I will kill you today. The divine king looked at Chu Yiren, the aura around him surging like a vast ocean. He sent a palm strike towards Chu Iren, and in an instant, she was sent flying. All! Chu Iren roared as the green light around him dissipated rapidly. At this moment, a magic treasure appeared in the hand of the Divine Emperor. It was a cone-shaped magic treasure. The spikes of the magical equipment also flickered with a green light. With the appearance of the green light, the phantom of a demon god seemed to appear in the void. The demon god phantom stared at Chu Iren before him. Floating in the air above her, it stretched out 10 sharp claws, clawing at Chu Iren. At this moment, Xiao Changtian and the Great Sun Immortal also arrived. Not good. The malicious ghost is going to devour Chu Iren. Taoist Big Sun, do something. Xiao Changtian hurriedly said. Good. The Great Sun Immortal nodded, but the green figure in front of him was not a ghost, but an extremely powerful cultivator. The Great Sun Immortal frowned. He was sure that he was no match for that person. Then, he frowned and took out the Nanming Primordial Fire painting from his interspatial ring. Whoosh! The moment the Nanming flame tattoo appeared, a terrifying flame law instantly whistled out. The raging flames transformed into a long dragon, and in an instant, it had already surrounded Chu Iren, protecting her. Just as the demon god's projection was about to devour Chu Iren, the flaming dragon engulfed it completely. What? Nanming Primordial Fire? No, this was a higher-level flame. The demon god's entire person had an incomparably terrified expression. That flame contained an unprecedented power that he had never seen before. The only thing she was sure of was that there was an aura that could threaten him within this terrifying flame. However, Chu Iren had to be killed. The demon god decided to bet on the first one. Divine King Chitian, help me. The demon god said coldly, looking at the Divine King. The Divine King nodded, and the two of them charged towards Chu Iren. Perfected de Yang, can you do it 1-on-2? Xiao Changtian looked at the immortal cultivator and the ghost in front of him. He couldn't help but worry. These two were not easy to deal with. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Elder de Yang said hesitantly. Senior's Nanming Ignis painting is a supreme divine painting. Moreover, even if he couldn't defeat the Nanming Ignis diagram, wasn't Senior still here? That's good. Xiao Changtian was relieved. The Great Sun Immortal didn't dare to be negligent. After all, he could solve it himself, so it was best not to trouble the Great Sun Immortal. He frowned and focused all of his knowledge on controlling the Nanming Ignis diagram. Phew! The fierce red flames howled and transformed into a huge burning hell. The burning hell spread and pounced towards the demon god and the Chitian Divine King. Bang! The two extreme forces collided, producing a violent boom. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. A dazzling white light erupted from the entire space, enveloping the entire world. In the light, the demon god's phantom was directly swallowed by the flames and completely disappeared. The Divine King was also heavily injured and unconscious. Chapter 245. Chapter 245. It's needed to revise the books I write later. Chapter 245. It's needed to revise the books I write later. 1. Holding the Nanming Ignis painting, the Great Sun Immortal slowly retracted the surrounding flames. As the flames dissipated, Xiao Changtian immediately walked over to Chu Iren's side and placed his finger on her nostrils. Fortunately, I wasn't killed by the malicious ghost just now. Xiao Changtian heaved a sigh of relief when he felt Chu Iren's breath. Following that, Xiao Changtian picked Chu Iren up from the ground and said to Taoist Big Sun, Taoist Big Sun, let's hurry back. Although Chu Iren was still breathing, she was still unconscious. There was no telling what the malicious ghost had done to her body. It was better to hurry back to the courtyard and investigate. Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the Great Sun Immortal did not dare to be negligent and waved his sleeves. Then he carried Chu Yang on his back and brought Xiao Changtian back to the courtyard. Senior. As soon as Taoist Dayang and Xiao Changtian landed in the courtyard, Elder Zhui greeted Xiao Changtian. However, Xiao Changtian didn't have time to care about them. His figure landed in the courtyard and he brought the immortal De Yang to his room. After Xiao Changtian slowly placed Chu Yiren on the bed, he turned to Taoist Big Sun behind him and said, Taoist Big Sun, can you please check if the malicious ghost left anything on her? Although he had the system's great success in medical skills, he was still a mortal after all. It was fine to treat the patients of the neighbors on normal days, but if they really encountered the problem of being possessed by ghosts, they would have to hand it over to immortal cultivators like the Great Sun to solve it. When the Great Sun Immortal heard Xiao Changtian's words, he was also stunned. This senior's medical skills were far above his. Why would he let him treat her? He couldn't say that he was proficient in medicine. It was simply nonsense. Even though he was thinking this, he still sat down by the bed. He picked up Chu Yiren's wrist with his left hand and placed his right hand on it. A surge of spirit energy entered Chu Yiren's body. Although he didn't know how to treat others, he had no problem checking their injuries. Moreover, there must be a reason why Senior asked him to do this. Very quickly, the spiritual force circulated through Chu Yiren's body. After placing Chu Yiren's wrist back on the bed, Taoist Big Sun slowly got up and said to Xiao Chang'an, Senior, this girl is just exhausted. She'll be fine after a few days of rest. Xiao Changtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words of the Great Sun Immortal. With an expert like Taoist Big Sun investigating, nothing would happen to Yiren, right? After all, not everyone was as strong as the Great Sun Immortal, so it was normal for him to be frightened to the point of collapse by a malicious ghost. When the time came, he would just give her a few doses of medicine to adjust. However, on the beast tamer sect's side, thinking of this, Xiao Changtian said to the Great Sun Immortal, Taoist Big Sun, how do you think we should deal with the beast tamer sect? When they were fighting in the 4 symbol regions, the Great Sun Immortal was the chief of the 5 region. Xiao Changtian still wanted to know how he planned to deal with the sneak attack on the beast tamer sect. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the Great Sun Immortal immediately understood something and said hurriedly, Don't worry, I'll get the disciples of the Great Sun sect to help them rebuild the beast tamer sect. This senior had asked him how to deal with her, and he had also asked him to check on Chu Yiren's injuries. Wasn't it just to give him a chance to build a good relationship with the beast tamer sect? Right now, he was the weakest among all the cultivators who stayed by Senior's side. Senior wanted him to build a good relationship with these sects and promote him. Thinking of this, the Great Sun Immortal looked at Xiao Changtian with gratitude. After Xiao Changtian heard that the Great Sun Immortal wanted to help the beast tamer sect rebuild, he looked at the Great Sun Immortal's eyes. How sincere! This immortal De Yang was really a good cultivator. This was completely different from the novels he had read in his previous life. It seemed that the books he wrote in the future needed to be revised. After all, he had personally experienced it in the cultivation world. In the sky above the 5 region. I'm back. A clear voice rang out in the air. Then, a muscular man wearing animal skin and with horns on his head walked out from the crack in the air. Iron Eater, we will soon be able to conquer the heavens together. The fur-clad man looked at the mountains and rivers below him, his eyes filled with excitement. Previously, when he was traveling in the divine world and passing by the Sanluo immortal continent, he discovered the aura of his previous mount, the Iron Eater. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought of returning to the Tianyuan continent to bring the Iron Eaters to the divine realm. However, the laws on the barrier between the 2 worlds were too powerful. He could not do anything to it. This time, the Sanluo immortal continent actually discovered the aura of the Iron Eater. A crack suddenly appeared in the barrier between the 2 worlds and he immediately ran down. The Iron Eater should have been in the Beast Tamer sect, but the opening of the ancient door and the birth of the great emperor have had a huge impact on this world. The fur-clad man muttered as he stood in midair. Then, the true essence in his hand gathered and transformed into a ball of light that appeared in front of his chest. Go! The fur-clad man shouted and pointed his finger forward. The ball of light turned into a stream of light and flew down. This was the method Chu Yuanshan used to sense the Iron Eaters. After the light ball flew out, it would help him find the location of the Iron Eaters. What? Chu Yuanshan had just taken a step when a childish voice sounded in his ear. Chu Yuanshan turned around and saw a giant panda hugging his thigh. She was looking at him with her big, watery eyes, and she was even touching her stomach. "Fuck you. When I get the Iron Eater back, I'll sell you for money." Seeing the giant panda on his thigh, Chu Yuanshan cursed. At the same time, his right hand took out a few spiritual bamboos from his waist pouch and reluctantly handed them to it. After the giant panda received the spiritual bamboo, it seemed as if it did not hear Chu Yuanshan's words just now. It put it in its mouth and started gnawing. When Chu Yuanshan saw the giant panda gnawing on the bamboo by itself, his figure flashed and disappeared into the air. As for the giant panda, every time he ignored it, he would automatically follow. And at this moment the fat Rongrong in Xiao Changqian's courtyard also looked up at the sky as if she had sensed something, saying to the old turtle on her head, "I can feel that my ex-owner is rushing towards me." After hearing Fatty Rongrong's words, the old turtle also stretched out his head from his shell. After taking a look at the sky, they discovered that a ball of light was chasing after them. Chapter 246. Chapter 246. Wanna have designs on my Rongrong? No way. Underscore. Chapter 246. Wanna have designs on my Rongrong? No way. Underscore I. When the old turtle saw the ball of light, he casually spat out a green light. He retracted his head back into his turtle shell. Fatty was now considered his little brother, but his previous master had actually sealed his little brother underground for 10,000 years. As the big brother, how could he tolerate this? In the air, Chu Yuanshan followed the light ball in front of him and kept moving forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew across the sky. The light ball in front of Chu Yuanshan shook violently and then exploded in midair. After the cold wind passed, Chu Yuanshan's face turned gloomy. He scanned the area where he was with his holy sense. The ball of light exploded. How could he not understand that the cold wind just now was not a natural phenomenon at all? It was an attack deliberately launched by someone to target him. Could it be that something happened to the Iron Eater during my absence? Chu Yuanshan looked at the sky in front of him with a gloomy expression. He had come back to find the Iron Eater for another important reason, which was to capture the leader of the Divine Court. With its current strength, it was definitely unable to fight against those old fellows hiding in the dark. However, with the Iron Eater, it was not necessarily the case. As long as he joined forces with the Iron Eater, Chu Yuanshan was confident that he could even fight a divine emperor. Someone had just launched an attack on him, which meant that someone had already known his movements in advance. Then, Chu Yuanshan looked down at Daong Town. However, the town below had a larger population in this area. His senses towards the Iron Eaters were getting more and more intense. There was no doubt that the Iron Eaters were in this area. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuanshan did not stay in the air any longer. In a flash, he appeared in Daong Town. I never thought that the people of the Tianyuan continent would still be so weak after the door of antiquity opened. Chu Yuanshan walked on the streets of Daong Town and looked at the bustling crowd as he muttered. In his perception, none of the cultivators in Daong Town had reached the martial monarch realm, let alone the divine realm. Chu Yuanshan shook his head disappointedly. If the cultivators here were stronger, he could have searched their souls. However, based on his estimation of the strength of the expert who had attacked him just now, he could not help but wonder. It should be the same as him, reaching the godly king realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for his spiritual sense to not capture any traces. An expert of this level was not something that the cultivators in this small town could discover. Chu Yuanshan walked on the street and saw the yard that Xiao Changtian was renovating. Although the main cultivator was a Dashang stage cultivator, the bricks on the courtyard made him feel extraordinary. Chu Yuanshan walked towards Xiao Changtian's courtyard with the intention of taking a look. Just as she raised her hand to knock on the door of the courtyard, she saw a giant panda in the courtyard. At this moment, the giant panda was curled up in a corner of the courtyard, and there was an old turtle pointing at it. Chu Yuanshan slowly lowered his arm that was suspended in midair. His face was gloomy. The Iron Eater that he had been thinking about for so many years was actually being ridden on by an old turtle. Even when it was his mount, he had never treated it this way. With anger in his heart, Chu Yuanshan kicked open the door of the courtyard. Bang! The sudden sound of the door being pushed open immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard. The little goldfish in the pond, the old hen in the chicken coop, and the old turtle all looked at the door angrily. Who is it? Who dares to kick Senior's door like this? Gan Tianlei was furious when he saw the door being kicked open. As the guards of the courtyard, it was their duty to guard the gate. Now that the door had been kicked open, what if he made the senior unhappy and chased him away? Seeing Chu Yuanshan walk in, Gan Tianlei and the rest walked over angrily. What's wrong with you? Are you asking for a beating? With the thought of being fired by Xiao Changtian, Emoshengu shouted at Chu Yuanshan angrily. Chu Yuanshan looked at the four people in front of him with disdain. A few small cultivators of the great vehicle stage dared to block in front of him. They really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. With a thought, he decided to finish off Emoshengu and the others on the spot. Creak. At the same time, Xiao Changtian's door slowly opened with a creaking sound. Xiao Changtian walked out of the room. Xiao Changtian also heard a loud bang in the room and quickly came out to check. After looking at the direction of the building of the first elder, Xiao Changtian also let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that some worker had been injured while moving bricks. Now, it seemed that everyone's expressions were as normal as before. There was no problem. Then, Xiao Changtian looked in the direction of the gate. He saw his 4 guards and a fur-clad man standing together. It was unknown what they were talking about. Senior. When Emoshengu and the others saw Xiao Changtian come out, they also bowed to him. Chu Yuanshan saw Xiao Changtian's appearance and Emoshengu's behavior. He knew that Xiao Changtian was the master of this courtyard. Sweeping with his holy sense, he found that Xiao Changtian didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuation. Humph, a mortal. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent have all been defeated. How dare you let a mortal guard the house? Chu Yuanshan looked at Xiao Changtian contemptuously and was about to walk towards Pangrong. If the light ball had not exploded, Chu Yuanshan would have killed everyone in the courtyard. However, he thought that he might have been exposed. Considering the importance of the Lord of the Divine Court, he decided to take the Iron Eater away. At this time, he did not want to see any complications. Xiao Changtian saw Chu Yuanshan walking towards Pangrong. He then looked at the clothes he was wearing. He was wearing a beast skin shirt and had antlers on his head. He's obviously a hunter. Could it be that he's interested in my Pangrong and wants to capture him and sell him for money? Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian immediately walked over and stood in front of Chu Yuanshan. Friend, don't you know that it's illegal to trespass in Daong town? Chu Yuanshan looked at Xiao Changtian, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This reckless mortal actually dared to block in front of him. He had just gathered the truth in his hand when he thought of the matter of the Lord of the Divine Court. He could not help but suppress his anger. The Zhen Yuan in his hand dissipated, and he was about to walk around Xiao Changtian towards Pangrong. Xiao Changtian saw that the fur-clad man didn't care about him at all and was about to walk towards Pangrong. At that moment, he was also a little angry. He was already polite enough to him. Since he refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, then he could not blame himself. "Wanna have designs on my rongrong? No way." Then he shouted at Chu Yuanshan. "This friend, if you have designs on my rongrong, please leave, otherwise one can only chase you out." Chapter 247, Chapter 247, You're the best at acting one. Chapter 247, You're the best at acting one. Chu Yuanshan heard Xiao Changtian's words and stopped in his tracks. Looking at Xiao Changtian in front of him and recalling what he had just said, he couldn't help but confirm. You said you are its master? Chu Yuanshan pointed at Pang Rong. Since he didn't know Pang Rong's name, he wanted to confirm it. Xiao Changtian followed Chu Yuanshan's finger. As expected, he was here to capture Pang Rong. In his previous life, giant pandas were rare animals and were protected by the country. However, there were still people who wanted to capture them for a high price. Xiao Changtian didn't expect that the cultivation world was the same. As an animal keeper, Xiao Changtian hated this kind of behavior. The giant panda was so cute. How could she capture him? He didn't give Chu Yuanshan a good look and slowly said to him, That's right, I'm his master. So what? If you want to hit him, there's no way. Chu Yuanshan's face darkened after Xiao Changtian's confirmation. So it was this guy who had just blown up his light ball. No wonder he was standing in front of him without fear. He couldn't sense any spiritual power on his body. It was probably because he had cultivated some kind of special cultivation technique. Filled with anger, Chu Yuanshan threw a punch at Xiao Changtian. Whether it was on the Tianyuan continent or the divine realm, he was the strongest existence. Back on the Tianyuan continent, he was a revered ancient emperor. In the divine world, when the god emperor or god emperor did not appear, he was the god king that was revered by tens of thousands of people. When had he ever been provoked like this? Xiao Changtian saw Chu Yuanshan punching at him without a word. Fuck, are you trying to trick me? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Changtian twisted his neck and dodged Chu Yuanshan's punch. Although he couldn't cultivate, his martial arts had already reached the realm of great success. The person in front of him was obviously not an immortal cultivator. Otherwise, why would Emo Shingu and the others let him in? She must have seen that he was a mortal and could not attack him. Xiao Changtian had heard about this before. There was karma in the cultivation world when they attacked mortals. Since he was not an immortal cultivator, he still dared to be so arrogant in his own courtyard. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would think that he was made of paper. He also punched Chu Yuanshan's abdomen. Bang! Chu Yuanshan thought it was an accident and was about to launch a second attack. He felt the blood and qi in his body churning from his abdomen. Then, like a kite with a broken string, he flew towards the door. Tsk, I thought he was strong. How dare such trash have designs on my Pang Rong? After sending Chu Yuanshan flying with a punch, Xiao Changtian also looked at the door with disdain. He was wearing a beast robe and a pair of antlers. If he didn't know, he would have thought that he was awesome. He didn't expect that he would be so weak. Then, Xiao Changtian walked in front of Pang Rong, took the turtle off his head and threw it into the pond. She rubbed his little head and slowly said, Don't be afraid, Pang Rong. I will protect you. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Pang Rong's eyes were filled with tears. When he saw Chu Yuanshan, Fatty Rong had thought of talking to him. She asked him why he had sealed her and abandoned her. However, after hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Pang Rong felt that none of this mattered. Isn't it great to have such an awesome and considerate master and big brother Black Tortoise? Xiao Changtian saw the tears in Pang Rong's eyes and wiped them away. This giant panda must have been frightened just now. It had the same sense of smell as a hunter. Animals also had a sense of smell towards hunters. It must have been frightened by that guy just now. After comforting Pang Rong for a while, Xiao Changtian stood up and walked to Emo Shingu and the others. When Emo Shingu and the others saw Xiao Changtian standing in front of them, their hearts were in turmoil. Due to my negligence just now, I let such a person in. Senior won't chase us away, right? It was all that guy's fault. He pretended to knock on the door and then suddenly kicked in. If there was a chance, he would definitely capture him and beat him up. At this moment, Emo Shingu and the other three walked up to Xiao Changtian and said slowly, Senior, I'm sorry. We didn't take care of the courtyard properly, but don't worry, we promise that this won't happen again. After Emo Shingu finished speaking, Gon Tianlei hurriedly added, "Don't do it again." Xiao Changtian looked at them apologizing to him and said, "It's okay. People always make mistakes. Just be careful next time." When Gon Tianlei and the other three heard that Xiao Changtian didn't chase them away, their faces were filled with joy. At that moment, he secretly said in his heart that he would definitely not let a fly in the future. Then, Xiao Changtian walked into his room. After Xiao Changtian left, Emo Shingu and the others looked at each other and saw the courtyard outside. At this moment, Chu Yuanshan had just stood up from the ground. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Changtian's punch just now had almost caused his qi and blood to flow in reverse. No wonder he could take the Iron Eater as a mount. He had some skills. Chu Yuanshan stood up and planned to leave. After being punched by Xiao Changtian, he knew that he was no match for Xiao Changtian. As a beast master, if he didn't have his own mount, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, just as he took a few steps forward, he saw a few shadows in front of him. He turned around and saw Emo Shingu and the others smiling at him. If he couldn't beat that person just now, how could he not beat a few Deshang stage cultivators? Chu Yuanshan looked at the four people behind him and couldn't help but be angry. He wanted to vent his anger from being beaten up on them. Form the formation. However, before Chu Yuanshan could make a move, Emo Shingu's voice rang in everyone's ears. The array instantly trapped Chu Yuanshan. Chu Yuanshan smiled contemptuously. Just as he was about to break the array, he realized that he could not mobilize the true essence in his body at all. What was going on? Before Chu Yuanshan could figure out what was going on, Emo Shingu kicked him to the ground. "You're the best at pretending, aren't you? You raised your hand in the air and kicked the door, right? You're the best. Why don't you become an actress? Why are you here to harm us?" Xing Tianzi, who was beside him, was also cursing and stomping on Chu Yuanshan. "Ah!" Chu Yuanshan kept screaming under the trampling of the four people. In the end, he really couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but explain. "I really wanted to knock on the door at first." Chu Yuanshan didn't care about the iron-eating beast or the fact that he couldn't use his Zhenyuan. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As the saying went, there was hope as long as there was life. If this continued, he would really be trampled to death. However, just as Chu Yuanshan finished speaking, Gon Tianlei stepped on him again. "Pretend, keep pretending. You're the best at pretending." In the air, the wails of the Chu Yuanshan sounded again. Chapter 248 Chapter 248 Brother Wushuang is the man who wills. Chapter 248 Brother Wushuang is the man who will become the master of the divine court. 1. In the sky above the northern barren state, two streaks of light flew past. "Brother Wushuang, have you found the whereabouts of that master of the divine court?" Nailin Yen leaned into Li Wushuang's embrace as she raised her head and smiled at her. Hearing Nailin Yan's numbing voice, Li Wushuang's spirits were lifted and the strength in her arms around Nailin Yen increased. "Treasure, it'll be soon. I feel that I'll be able to find the location of the Lord of the Divine Court soon." When he had helped the black-cloaked deity emperor deliver that stone to deity King Profound Jade, he had been instigated by Nailin Yen to be extra careful. The aura on the stone was preserved through a secret technique. With the help of the aura on the stone and the words of the black-robed divine emperor's phantom, he combined it with his own search method. He had determined that the aura of the Lord of the Divine Court was on the northern barren continent. However, with his current strength, he could not detect the exact location. However, with his strength as a god king, how long would it take for him to search the entire northern barren continent? Hearing Li Wushuang's words, Nailin Yan's eyes flashed with disappointment. It had been a few days since they left the mystic Jade Divine Hall. They did not expect that they still could not confirm the exact location after such a long time. When he found a stronger cultivator, he would definitely kick him away. With this thought in mind, Nailin Yen still used her hand to stroke her hair, and said to Li Wushuang flatteringly, "As expected of Brother Wushuang." he is about to find the position of the Lord of the Divine Court. 1 a.m. looking forward to the day when Brother Wushuang becomes the ruler of the divine world. Hearing Nailin Yan's words, Li Wushuang also felt like she was floating on air, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The image of him sitting on the dragon throne in the divine court's main hall with Nailin Yan in his left hand and a little handmaiden in his right started to appear in his mind. He was awake and in control of the world, drunk on the knees of a beauty. Nailin Yan, who was in his arms, saw Li Wushuang's silly smile and a trace of disgust flashed across her eyes. Following that, Nailin Yan saw a horned fur-clad male below them. In her perception, she actually could not see through the strength of this fur-clad man. After plundering divine lord treasures to increase his cultivation, such a situation was not common, especially in the North Barren state. After thinking for a while, Nailin Yan patted Li Wushuang's chest and pointed at the beast-robed man below. Brother Wushuang, the person below looks so strange. Shall we go down and take a look? Li Wushuang was already in a good mood, and when she heard Nailin Yan's sweet voice, she smacked her cheek and said, "All right, Bao, whatever you say." Casually sweeping his gaze over the figure below, he didn't probe too much before hugging Nailin Yan and turning into a stream of light as he flew down. On a small path in the forest, Chu Yuanshan covered his face with a bottle of ointment in his hand and kept applying it to his face. Under the punches and kicks of Gon Tianlei and the other three, Chu Yuanshan passed out in a short while. When he woke up, he found himself in a forest outside Dayong town. There were also a few birds chirping on his body. After waving his hand to chase away the little bird on his body, he planned to return to the divine world to find his old friends and then come back for revenge. The strength of Gon Tianlei and the others was too strange in Chu Yuanshan's eyes. Normally, he only needed to activate the true essence in his body to heal these superficial injuries. However, Gon Tianlei and the others were too strange. Not only could their injuries not be repaired with true essence, but they would also constantly feel pain. It was just like a mortal suffering from the pain of a woman. He could only let it slowly heal. Presumably, they were also the disciples of the owner of the courtyard. They cultivated the same cultivation technique to hide their strength. Hiss. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuanshan's palm that was touching the ointment accidentally touched the sore spot on his cheek. He could not help but let out a cry. Then, Li Wushuang and Nailin Yan appeared in front of Chu Yuanshan. Nailin Yan had originally felt that Chu Yuanshan was not ordinary, and the moment she landed, she could not help but size him up. Seeing Chu Yuanshan's pig liver head, he couldn't help but say to Li Wushuang, "Brother Wushuang, look at him." Following that, Nailin Yan covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing Nailin Yan covering her mouth and laughing, Li Wushuang also turned to look at Chu Yuanshan. Seeing his pig liver face, she covered her stomach with her hands and laughed. Chu Yuanshan saw Li Wushuang and Nailin Yan laughing at him and was furious. He had already suffered a lot in Xiao Changtian's courtyard, and now there were two people mocking him. He was about to attack Li Wushuang and the others. When Nailin Yan saw Chu Yuanshan rushing towards them, she also said mockingly, "You pig liver face want to sneak attack Brother Wushuang? Do you know that Brother Wushuang is going to become the Lord of the Divine Court?" Hearing Nailin Yan's words, Li Wushuang patted her chest and looked at Chu Yuanshan with disdain. When Chu Yuanshan heard Nailin Yan mention the Lord of the Divine Court, his body also paused, and he stopped in front of them. His expression was a little gloomy as he slowly said to them, "Lord of the Divine Court." Seeing that Chu Yuanshan had a reaction, Nailin Yan's mouth flashed with a smile of success. He then said to Li Wushuang, "Big Brother Wushuang, I'm sorry for letting it slip just now." As he spoke, Nailin Yan lowered his head and placed his hands on his chest, as if he had done something wrong. Facing Nailin Yan like this, how could Li Wushuang blame him? She stroked Nailin Yan's little head and slowly said, "Baby, it's okay. One don't blame you." When Chu Yuanshan saw Li Wushuang and the others ignoring him, his heart burned with rage. A powerful aura belonging to a god king erupted from his body. A wave of air blew past her, and Li Wushuang realized that Chu Yunshan's cultivation was the same as hers, a god king. Nalin Yen also pretended to be frightened and hid in Li Wushuang's embrace. Feeling the trembling of the person in her arms, Li Wushuang released her god king aura. He comforted Nalin Yen, who was in his arms. "Bao, don't be afraid. I'm here." Then he scolded Chu Yuanshan. "What's wrong with you? Are you courting death?" Although Wushuang found out that Chu Yuan was a god king, she also noticed his injuries. Chu Yuanshan didn't waste any time and threw a punch at her. Not only did this wretched couple not put him in their eyes, but they also knew information about the Lord of the Divine Court. He had to get rid of them. Even though he was injured, Chu Yuanshan could tell that God King Li Wushuang's foundation wasn't stable. It was obvious that she had relied on external forces to improve herself. Seeing Chu Yuanshan take the initiative to punch her, Li Wushuang also let go of Nalin Yen in her arms and threw a punch at him. Chapter 249, Chapter 249. Why didn't I think of it before? How stupid. Chapter 249. Why didn't I think of it before? How stupid. 1. Bang. When the fists collided, a wave of air spread out from the two of them. Then, the two of them took a few steps back. Slowly stabilizing herself, Li Wushuang looked at Chu Yuanshan in shock. He had thought that Chu Yuanshan was injured and that he would be able to kill him easily. He did not expect that the power transmitted from Chu Yuanshan's fist was actually on par with his. On the other side, Chu Yuanshan also stabilized his body and waved his fist. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for his injuries, he would have killed Li Wushuang long ago. Nalin Yen looked at Chu Yuanshan from the side, her eyes flickering. As expected, he was not mistaken. This fur-clad man was also an expert. For a moment, Nalin Yen suddenly had a new idea in her heart. Seeing that the two of them were about to meet again, Nalin Yen quickly walked over and pulled Li Wushuang back. She slowly said to Chu Yuanshan, "Fellow Taoist, since we're all here for the master of the divine court, why don't we cooperate?" Then, he turned to Li Wushuang and said with a smile, "Brother Wushuang, are you?" After Li Wushuang had not confirmed the position of the Lord of the Divine Court for a few days, Nalin Yen knew that if she relied on Li Wushuang's words, who knew how long she would have to wait? She just happened to meet Chu Yuanshan. With Nalin Yen's eyesight, she could tell that Chu Yuanshan's strength was above Li Wushuang's. With his help, the chances of finding the Lord of the Divine Court would be greater. It didn't matter to her who would obtain the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court. With her beauty, she was confident that she could take down whoever obtained the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court. Seeing Nalin Yan's coquettish look, Li Wushuang couldn't think any further and quickly said, "Treasure, I'll listen to you." Following that, he pulled Nalin Yen into his embrace. After Chu Yuanshan heard Nalin Yen's words, he stopped his attack. He was also injured now and was not suitable to fight. Moreover, these two people might know some information that he did not know. When his strength recovered, wouldn't he still have the final say? Thinking of this, Chu Yuanshan said to Nalin Yen and the others, "Since we want to cooperate, we have to show some sincerity." Hearing that Chu Yuanshan was willing to cooperate, Nalin Yan's face revealed a faint smile as she slowly said to him, "Fellow Taoist, why don't we share information?" Then, after some discussion, the three of them formed a temporary team with their own thoughts. In the North Moon Empire's Eastern Palace, Jiang Beichen paced back and forth anxiously in his room. Ever since Xiao Changtian told him to find a water source that would never freeze, he had mobilized all the power he could to search for it. In fact, he had basically toured the entire continent. After a round of searching, they had not even heard of such a water source, let alone seen it. Moreover, he heard that eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and the others had already found the ingredients that Master had instructed them to eat. At that time, if he was the only one who could not find it, his master would be very disappointed in him. At the thought of this, Jiang Beichen could not help but feel melancholic again. He sat on the chair beside the table and covered his forehead with his hand. Your Highness, Imperial Preceptor requests an audience. At that moment, an armored soldier appeared at the door of Jiang Beichen's room and reported to him. Hearing the soldier's report, Jiang Beichen stood up from his chair and said to the soldier at the door, "The State Preceptor is here. Please welcome him." The State Preceptor was the only one among the people he had sent out who had not reported to him. The State Preceptor had only returned after such a long time. Perhaps he had news of the water source. Soon, the State Preceptor was led to Jiang Beichen's room by the soldiers. As soon as the State Preceptor entered Jiang Beichen's room, Jiang Beichen said to him, "State Preceptor, how is it? Is there any news about the water source?" When the imperial advisor heard Jiang Beichen's words, he hurriedly bowed to him and said, "Your Highness, I'm useless." Before the State Preceptor could finish speaking, he saw Jiang Beichen wave his hand at him, indicating for him to leave. Jiang Beichen had already heard such words countless times. Previously, those who had not been found had all reported to him in this manner. Thinking about it, it made sense. He had personally visited various places on the continent, but he did not find anything. Could it be that the State Preceptor had discovered something? At that thought, Jiang Beichen sat back down in his chair in disappointment. Seeing Jiang Beichen's disappointed expression, the State Preceptor still said to him, "Your Highness, although I didn't find a water source, one did find some information about it." Chen, who was sitting on the chair, felt energized after hearing the State Preceptor's words. He said excitedly, "State Preceptor, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was a water source? Tell me quickly, where is the water source?" When the imperial advisor heard Jiang Beichen's words, he was also stunned. "I was just about to say that you didn't want me to say it." Then, she continued to say to Jiang Beichen, "Your Highness, according to my investigation, the water source you want to find is not available on the Tianyuan continent. If you want it, you should go up there." Jiang Beichen saw the State Preceptor's finger pointing at the ceiling. When he looked up, there was nothing on the ceiling. Then, he understood and said to the imperial advisor with a smile, "Imperial Preceptor, you are indeed the Imperial Preceptor of my North Moon Empire. Why didn't I think of this before?" He had been focusing on the Tianyuan continent all this time and had forgotten how his master's food could be ordinary. The ingredients for such a thing must be in the divine world. Why didn't he think of it before? Then, Jiang Beichen walked out of the room and flew into the sky like a streak of light. A sword light streaked across, and a crack appeared in the barrier between the two worlds. Jiang Beichen passed through the crack and stopped in midair, looking down. When he saw a crowded town, he turned into a stream of light and flew down. Jiang Beichen's figure landed on a street. He saw the pedestrians on the street running toward the city gate with bags on their backs. Noticing the unusual behavior of these people, Jiang Beichen grabbed a passerby beside him and said, "Uncle, did something happen in the city? Why does everyone look like they're fleeing?" The passerby saw Jiang Beichen holding him back. He was young and had an imposing appearance. Thinking that such a young life could be lost here, he said to Jiang Beichen, "Young man, you just came here not long ago. One advise you not to stay here and leave quickly." Hearing the passerby's words, Jiang Beichen continued asking, "Uncle, what happened here?" When the passerby heard Jiang Beichen's words, he also sighed and slowly said, "The Luo Water Empire and the Blood Sickle Empire are at war. Now that the Blood Sickle Empire's army is almost at the city, if you're still in Luo Water City, you'll become a dead soul under their blades sooner or later." Chapter 250, Luo Shui Dynasty, 1. Chapter 250, Luo Shui Dynasty, 1. Jiang Beichen finally understood what was going on after hearing the old man's words. The city he was in was the capital of the Luo Water Dynasty, Luo Water City. On the other hand, the Luo Water Dynasty had been defeated in the war with the Blood Sickle Dynasty. Now, they were in a precarious situation and could be destroyed at any time. When the old man saw that Jiang Beichen did not seem to be moved after hearing his words, he said kindly again, "Young man, listen to my advice and leave quickly." Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Beichen smiled at him and said, "Thank you, uncle, but I still need to find an unfreezing water source." After giving the old man a tight hug, Jiang Beichen turned to leave. "Sai, why are you still thinking about the sacred artifact of the Luo water dynasty?" When the old man heard that Jiang Beichen did not listen to his words and instead wanted to find the holy relic of the Luo River dynasty, he could not help but sigh. The Blood Sickle Empire had attacked their Luo water empire because they had taken a fancy to their sacred item, Luo water. The Luo River was actually an extremely special spirit vein. Not only would it never freeze, but one could also cultivate at a rapid pace by cultivating beside it. Jiang Beichen had only taken a few steps when he heard the old man's words. In a flash, he reappeared in front of the old man and said, "Uncle, is the holy item that you just used that kind of water that never freezes?" The old man saw Jiang Beichen come up to him again and ask him about the sacred object. She was even more certain that he was the kind of person who would risk his life for Luo Shui, so she said to him, "Young man, let me remind you again. Although Luo River is good, your life is more important." In the past, its son had also been ambitious and wanted to fight for the sacred relic of the Luo River dynasty. In the end, he ended up with nothing. Jiang Beichen looked to be about the same age as its son, and it really did not want Jiang Beichen to repeat its son's mistakes. Jiang Beichen was delighted to receive the old man's confirmation. After thanking the old man, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The old man looked in the direction Jiang Beichen left and shook his head. He could also tell that Jiang Beichen was a cultivator, but so what? Thinking back, his son was still a high-level deity, but in the end, he lost both his life and wealth. Young people nowadays really don't care about their lives. The old man seemed to have already seen Jiang Beichen's fate. He sighed and turned to walk towards the city gate. At the same time, in the palace hall of the Luo water dynasty, the ministers from the past had already left. After knowing that the Blood Sickle dynasty was about to attack the city, those ministers had all fled for their lives. In the entire palace, there was only the dragon throne at the top. The emperor of Luo Shui sat on the ground. His face was pale, and he looked as if he had already accepted his fate. He was waiting for the Blood Sickle Empire to end his life. He muttered, "No, no, everything is gone." Below them were a group of princes and princesses. Amidst the cries of the palace, the first prince stood out and said to the emperor of Luo Shui, "Father, the Blood Sickle Empire is going too far. We can't sit still and wait for death. For example, let's go out and fight to the death with them." Before the emperor of Luo Shui could reply, the second prince mocked him. "Fight to the death? What are you going to use to fight to the death with others? If you had listened to my suggestion and offered Luo Shui with both hands, you wouldn't have ended up like this today. Look now, not only did Luo River not survive, even the country was about to be destroyed." When the first prince heard his second brother's words, he was also furious. He pointed at him and said, You are simply incurable." At the same time, a hearty voice rang out in the hall. "What did you just say? Luo Shui is gone?" As the voice fell, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The palace's main doors had been opened at some point, and Jiang Beichen's figure walked in. "Blood Sickle Empire, my Luo Water Empire is irreconcilable with you." When the eldest prince saw Jiang Beichen walk in, he thought that the Blood Sickle Empire had attacked. He raised the sword at his waist and charged at Jiang Beichen. The sword slashed through the air, and a sword light slashed towards Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen looked at the oncoming sword light and appeared in front of the first prince in a flash. With a wave of his finger, the first prince's figure flew out and crashed into a pillar in the hall. "Playing with a sword in front of me?" Jiang Beichen glanced at the first prince and said slowly. Then, he came to the second prince's side. Before he could speak, the second prince said in fear, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." One can give you anything you want. One know where the key to the national treasury is, and there's also a beauty. All right, this is my third sister. As he spoke, the second prince pointed to a crying princess. Seeing the second prince's ugly state, Jiang Beichen's face was filled with disgust as well. He immediately slapped the second prince. He was also born in a dynasty. However, when he saw the second prince betray his family and the country in order to survive, Jiang Beichen still slapped him to death. At this moment, the first prince slowly got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had clearly sensed the powerful sword intent from Jiang Beichen's attack just now. Moreover, he was using his finger as a sword. This meant that this person's understanding of the sword was far above his. Moreover, he was a sword master, the kind of sword master. However, if he dared to do anything inappropriate to his royal sister, he would still fight to the death. After slapping the second prince to death, Jiang Beichen appeared before the first prince and said, "You just said that Luo Shui disappeared. What's going on?" When the first prince heard Jiang Beichen's words, he smiled slowly and said, "What's going on? Don't you know? Luo Shui was taken away by your blood sickle empire a few days ago." When Jiang Beichen heard the first prince's words, he realized that the first prince had mistaken him for someone from the blood sickle dynasty. He could not help but say, "I'm not from the blood sickle empire." Then he turned around and was about to leave. Since Luo water had already been seized by the blood sickle empire, he had to make a trip to the blood sickle empire. When the first prince heard Jiang Beichen's words, he understood that he had misunderstood. He hurriedly knelt down and said to Jiang Beichen, "Senior, the Luo Shui dynasty is in deep trouble now. Please help. After this is done, Luo Tian is willing to do anything to repay you." As he spoke, Luo Tian kowtowed a few times in Jiang Beichen's direction. Although he didn't know Jiang Beichen's true strength, based on the sword intent he just revealed, he was still able to use the sword technique. He believed that as long as Jiang Beichen was willing to make a move, he would definitely be able to defeat the Blood Sickle Empire. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Jiang Beichen's departing figure paused. Chapter 251, Chapter 251:1 Think it's better to ask the ancestor. Chapter 251:1 Think it's better to ask the ancestor. Seeing Jiang Beichen stop, the other princes and princesses also seemed to have grasped onto hope and knelt down in front of Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen slowly turned around and looked at the group of princes and princesses kneeling on the ground. For a moment, he sighed. Although it was normal for dynasties to change, if the North Moon dynasty encountered such a disaster one day, he would also ask for help from others. Moreover, his master often taught him to be a good person. He had to be kind. At that thought, Jiang Beichen walked up to Luo Tian and helped him up from the ground. He said slowly, "Get up. I can help you, but after this is done, I want to take Luo water." Jiang Beichen did not hide the purpose of his trip and spoke directly. If he helped them defeat the Blood Sickle Empire, he would have to argue with them over Luo Shui. When Luo Tian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he said to him without hesitation, "Senior, don't worry. We know that a man is innocent, but he will be punished if he holds a treasure. As long as Senior can save the Luo Shui dynasty, Senior Luo Shui can take it if you want it." Luo Tian knew how important Luo Shui was to the Luo Shui dynasty, but he understood now. With their strength, they could not protect Luo Shui at all. Instead, he would constantly damage his own strength under a series of conspiracies and counterattacks. Therefore, not only did the Luo Shui River not have the effect of making the country rich and the people strong, it was a disaster. Jiang Beichen nodded when he saw Luo Tian agreeing to his request. He said, "Luo Tian, how is the Blood Sickle Empire's strength and the current situation?" As a newcomer, Jiang Beichen knew nothing about the Blood Sickle dynasty. When he heard Jiang Beichen talking about the war, Luo Tian quickly said to him, "The Blood Sickle Empire's king has the strength of a god king. Not only is his strength heaven-defying, but his methods are also strange." After absorbing the enemy's blood, it can reflect the damage it receives to the other party. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Jiang Beichen could not help but become interested in the Blood Sickle dynasty's methods. This kind of cultivation technique and method sounded more like the style of the demon race that he had heard of. After taking a few steps in front of Luo Tian, she continued. If that's the case, won't they also die? Luo Tian shook his head and said to Jiang Beichen, No, everyone in the Blood Sickle Empire cultivates a technique called the undying body. Although they can't recover immediately, their bodies will recover after a few days. The reason why the Luo Shui dynasty was quickly defeated in the war was that they could not find a way to deal with their cultivation techniques. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Jiang Beichen placed his hand on his chin and pondered for a while before saying, I understand. Let's set off now. According to Luo Tian, they would need to return for a few days before they could recover. He could just kill them and not let them return. Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard Jiang Beichen's words. Then, he said to Jiang Beichen happily, Senior, please follow me. Originally, he thought that Jiang Beichen had agreed to help the Luo Shui dynasty because he needed to plan. However, when he heard Jiang Beichen say that he was going to the battlefield, he thought that Senior had already found a way to deal with it. At the same time, beside a pillar in the palace, a maid watched Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian leave the palace. A blood-red light flashed in her eyes. Soon, the maid followed Luo Tian and the others out of the palace and came to a garden. After looking around and making sure that there was no one around, the maid slowly cast her spell. The blood-red vital essence on her hands slowly rose like steam, and soon formed a blood-red light in front of the maid. After muttering, the blood-red light in front of him became even more condensed. The maid let out a breath and the light flew up into the sky. On the other side of the immeasurable immortal continent, in a blood-red palace. This was a magnificent hall. At this moment, an old man in a blood-red robe sat in the hall. Below him, there were also old men dressed in blood-red robes like him. However, the color of the old man's robe was brighter. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. After a moment of silence, the old man slowly opened his mouth and said, According to our scouts, there seems to be an accident at the Luo Shui dynasty. An expert helped them. It is said that he defeated Luo Tian in one move. Everyone here is a pillar of the Blood Sickle dynasty. As soon as the Blood Sickle dynasty king finished speaking, it caused a commotion in the hall. Luo Tian is a divine lord. That person was able to defeat him in one strike. A Blood Sickle dynasty official said slowly to the person beside him. The moment the Blood Sickle dynasty official finished speaking, someone immediately retorted. So what if he's a godly king? Isn't the king of the Luo Water dynasty also a godly king? In the end, he was still confused by us. He can only wait for death in his Luo Water imperial palace now. The reason that the king of Luo Shui was able to lose his mind was the result of our many years of planning. Now that a godly king of unknown origin has appeared, how can he be so easy to deal with? Then you mean that we should retreat? We're almost at the Luo Water capital. Are we going to retreat because of a godly king? All kinds of voices were arguing in the audience. The Blood Sickle dynasty king on the dragon throne was also holding his forehead with a headache. With a wave of his sleeve, he said to the people below, all right, stop arguing. I have heard your opinions. He had originally wanted them to give him some advice, but he did not expect them to make things even more troublesome. After hearing the Blood Sickle dynasty king's words, everyone present shut their mouths. State Preceptor, do you have any opinions? The Blood Sickle dynasty king spoke after the hall returned to silence. At this moment, an old man with long eyebrows walked out from among the ministers and said to the Blood Sickle dynasty king, Your Majesty, since things have come to this, I think it's better to ask the ancestor. Hearing the imperial advisor's words, the Blood Sickle dynasty king looked up at him. It was obvious that the imperial advisor's answer was what he was thinking. Whispers broke out among the ministers. Following that, the Blood Sickle Dynasty king said to the other officials, "What do you think about inviting the ancestor?" This time, the Blood Sickle Dynasty ministers did not have any disagreement. They said in unison, "We agree with the state preceptor." Chapter 252 Patriarch Blood Sickle 1. Chapter 252 Patriarch Blood Sickle 1. On the Blood Sickle Empire Square, a group of officials and elders of the Blood Sickle Empire stood densely packed. This was the place they used for important events. At this moment, the ministers and elders were looking piously at a statue in the center of the square. It was the Blood Sickle Empire's ancestor. The king of the Blood Sickle Dynasty stood in front of the elders and ministers. He first bowed to the statue in the middle of the square. Then, the blood-red vital essence in his hand continued to gather. He said to the elders and ministers behind him, "All ministers, listen up. Follow me to welcome the ancestor." As soon as the Blood Sickle Dynasty king finished speaking, the elders and ministers behind him gathered the quintessential essence in their bodies. Following that, streaks of blood-red vital essence gathered at the blood-red gem on the chest of the statue. The blood-red primeval essence flowed into the ruby, and the ruby emitted a dazzling light. Then a thick pillar of air shot into the sky, causing a series of thunder in the air. "Welcome, Patriarch." Looking at the change in the sky, the Blood Sickle Dynasty king led the ministers and elders behind him to kneel down and respectfully said to the sky. After the sound of thunder, a powerful aura burst out from the sky. "Duan Xiong, is there something important that you want to wake me up at this time?" A voice slowly sounded from the sky. Then, the Blood Sickle Dynasty king stood up and said to the sky, "Ancestor, something happened in the Luo Water Dynasty. According to the scouts, the Luo Water Dynasty has another god king." "Oh, there's such a thing." Patriarch Blood Sickle's surprised voice slowly sounded from the sky. Now he understood why Duan Xiong and the others wanted to wake him up. In the entire Blood Sickle Empire, there was only one godly king powerhouse, Duan Xiong. Although due to the cultivation technique, their Blood Sickle Empire's combat strength was stronger than other countries. However, Duan Xiong hadn't cultivated his undying body to the great success stage. In a situation where the other party's background was unknown, it was hard to say who would win. Duan Xiong stared blankly at the sky, waiting for Patriarch Blood Sickle's reply. Then, a ray of light flew down from the sky. The light went straight into Duan Xiong's glabella and turned into information in his mind. After Duan Xiong digested Patriarch Blood Sickle's information in his mind, he was first shocked, then his face was filled with ecstasy. It was because this piece of information was too exciting. Before Patriarch Blood Sickle went into seclusion, he was already at the peak of the godly king realm. After obtaining Luo Shui a while ago, with the help of Luo Shui, the ancestor had already advanced to the God Emperor realm. Now, he was stabilizing himself and had even cultivated his undying body to the great success realm. After the ancestor stabilized, what use would the external help from the Luo Water Dynasty be? Just as Duan Xiong was feeling ecstatic, the voice of the Blood Sickle ancestor rang out once again. "Duan Xiong, you don't need me to teach you what to do, right?" When Duan Xiong heard what Patriarch Blood Sickle said, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Forefather, don't worry. Duan Xiong will definitely do a good job. It's good that you know what to do. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me again." Patriarch Blood Sickle's voice sounded from the sky again. At the same time, a triangular jade pendant fell in front of Duan Xiong. When Duan Xiong picked up the jade pendant, Patriarch Blood Sickle's voice sounded in his mind again. "Duan Xiong, this is the best opportunity for our Blood Sickle Empire to dominate the entire boundless immortal continent. If you encounter any irresistible danger, crush the jade pendant one gave you. I, the ancestor, will appear to help you." Along with this voice, the thunder in the sky also slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. After Patriarch Bloodsickle's voice disappeared, Duanxiong looked excitedly at the triangular jade pendant in his hand. He could feel that the day when their Bloodsickle Empire dominated the boundless immortal continent was not far away. The boundless immortal continent was different from the other immortal continents. In the other immortal continents, a godly king was the king. Due to the birth of a divine item like the Luo water in the immeasurable immortal continent, countless godly kings treated the immeasurable immortal continent as a treasure trove. Previously, a bloody storm had erupted here. Countless godly monarchs had fought for the territory of the boundless immortal continent. In the end, only the Bloodsickle dynasty and the native Luo Shui dynasty settled down on this land. The other god kings would either leave after failing, or they would fall into eternal slumber. As for factions without godly monarchs, they could only rely on the Bloodsickle Empire and the Luo Water Empire. For hundreds of years, both sides had been fighting each other openly and covertly, both wanting to become the sole overlord of the immeasurable immortal continent. However, with the success of the Bloodsickle dynasty's plan against the king of Luo Shui and the ancestors' advancement to the God-Emperor realm, the Bloodsickle dynasty had no choice but to give up. In Duanxiong's eyes, their Bloodsickle dynasty was already certain of victory. Destroying the Luo Water dynasty was only a matter of time. After he carefully hung the triangular jade pendant on his neck, Duanxiong saw the ministers and elders of the Bloodsickle Empire looking at him. In their eyes, the series of interactions between Duanxiong and Patriarch Bloodsickle just now was just a series of thunderclaps in the sky and something falling from time to time. They did not know anything else. At this moment, the imperial advisor walked out from the crowd and said respectfully to Duanxiong, "Your Majesty, what does the ancestor mean?" After Duanxiong hung up the triangular jade pendant, he no longer had the melancholy he had in the hall. Hearing the imperial advisor's words, he said to everyone, "I have good news for everyone. The ancestor has already broken through to the God-Emperor realm. As for the Luo Water Empire, the ancestor's intention is to do it, and it has to be done beautifully. We have to let the entire boundless immortal continent know the strength of our Bloodsickle Empire, understand? Ancestor has advanced to the God-Emperor realm. Ancestor has advanced to the God-Emperor realm." Duanxiong's words were like a huge rock thrown into the water, immediately causing a commotion in the crowd. In this era where the God-Emperor realm and the God-Emperor realm did not appear, if their ancestor advanced to the God-Emperor realm, they would be able to do so. Then, not only would the Bloodsickle Empire become the sole overlord of the boundless immortal continent, but they could even expand and occupy other immortal continents. Duanxiong looked at the excited expressions of the elders and ministers below and slowly said, "All the soldiers of the Bloodsickle Empire, listen up. I will personally go to the Luo Water Empire in a few days and use the blood of the Luo Water Empire to congratulate the ancestor for breaking through to the God-Emperor realm." Originally, after hearing the news that the ancestor was about to advance to the God-Emperor realm, the soldiers of the Bloodsickle Empire were very excited. Now, with Duanxiong's impassioned words, the bloodlust in the hearts of these soldiers was ignited. "Fuck, one can't wait to slaughter Luo Water City. Hee, I heard that the concubines of the king of the Luo River are very beautiful. When the time comes, no one can snatch them from me. Hee. And his princesses, ha." For a moment, the bloodthirsty voices of the Bloodsickle dynasty soldiers resounded in the Bloodsickle dynasty squares. Chapter 253 Bloody Battle at the Pass 1. Chapter 253 Bloody Battle at the Pass 1. Under the control of the Bloodsickle Empire, the news that the Bloodsickle Patriarch was about to advance to the God-Emperor realm quickly spread throughout the boundless immortal continent. "Have you heard? The Patriarch of the Bloodsickle dynasty is about to break through to the God-Emperor realm. The Luo Shui dynasty is probably doomed this time." "Who says so?" The Luo Water Empire was about to be beaten to their doorstep, and now the Bloodsickle Empire has a God-Emperor. Yes. One heard that the king of Luo Shui is still unconscious and can't handle state affairs at all. Bullsh *T, I heard that he was clearly addicted to the beauty of the harem and could not get out of bed. As the Blood Sickle Dynasty's king, Duan Xiong, personally went to the Luo Water Dynasty, the news of Patriarch Blood Sickle breaking through to the God Emperor realm spread. Along the way, the immortal cultivators who saw the Blood Sickle Dynasty army discussed in low voices. At this moment, at a pass in the Luo Shui dynasty, a mighty figure stood on the city wall, constantly instructing the soldiers of the Luo River dynasty to build fortifications on the pass. This was the last pass of the Luo Water dynasty. As long as this place was broken through by the Blood Sickle dynasty, the Blood Sickle dynasty's army would be able to march straight into the Luo Water dynasty's capital, Luo Water City. Luo Shanhe stood at the city gate and looked into the distance, constantly anticipating the onslaught of the Blood Sickle dynasty. He was the #1 general of the Luo Shui dynasty. He had grown up in various border passes and was responsible for guarding the various passes of the Luo Shui dynasty. At this moment, a soldier from the Luo Shui dynasty walked over and said to Luo Shanhe, "General, the Blood Sickle Empire has already surrounded us. The news cannot be spread." Hearing the soldier's words, Luo Shanhe could not help but smash the wall beside him. "Damn it!" Luo Shanhe said angrily. The news that Patriarch Blood Sickle was about to break through to the God Emperor realm had already spread all over the world. Luo Shanhe also wanted the news to reach to the Luo Shui royal palace in time so that Luo Shui city could make preparations in advance. However, he did not expect that the Blood Sickle Empire would actually cut off his connection with Luo Water City. In this way, the news could only reach him. Not only could it increase the mental pressure on his soldiers, but it could also increase the pressure on his soldiers. After breaking through his pass, he could also take down Luo Water City when it was caught off guard. Then, the soldier next to him said to Luo Shanhe, "General, look, the Blood Sickle Empire is attacking." Upon hearing the soldier's words, Luo Shanhe also saw the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers slowly walking towards him. "Don't panic. Listen to my command and activate the defensive formation." Under Luo Shanhe's orders, the soldiers of the Luo Shui dynasty got busy. A huge light screen protected the entrance of the pass. The Blood Sickle Empire soldiers advanced slowly and stopped at the entrance of the pass. The imperial advisor of the Blood Sickle Empire flew into the air and shouted at Luo Shanhe. "Luo Shanhe, stop struggling. If you surrender obediently, one might be able to leave you with an intact corpse." Before this, it had always been the imperial advisor leading the army to attack this pass. He and Luo Shanhe were both at the peak stage of the Divine Lord realm. The two sides had fought back and forth previously, and neither of them could take advantage of the other. However, things were different now. Duan Xiong was personally fighting. With his godly king strength, Luo Shanhe had no chance of resisting. As soon as the imperial advisor finished speaking, Luo Shanhe shouted at him, "Duan Shulin, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much? Stubborn." Before Duan Shulin could reply to Luo Shanhe, another voice rang out in the air. Duan Xiong's figure slowly appeared beside Duan Shulin, and he slowly said to her, "Imperial Preceptor, leave this to the king." After Duan Shulin heard Duan Xiong's words, she bowed respectfully to him and returned to the army. Duan Xiong expressionlessly looked at the light screen in front of him. He slowly raised his arm, and a ray of light shot out from his fingertips. The light fiercely hit the light screen, and the Luo Water Dynasty soldiers guarding the pass immediately felt a tremor, as if the light screen would shatter at any moment. Calm down, don't panic." Luo Shanhe clutched his chest and shouted at the soldiers. As the center of the array, Luo Shanhe had just received most of the power from Duan Xiong's attack. At this moment, the blood essence in his body was also tumbling. "You have some skills." Duan Xiong looked at Luo Shanhe, who was still commanding the soldiers at the pass, and muttered to himself, Clearly, he had not expected that the light screen would not be shattered. One wonder how many of my attacks you can block. Duan Xiong stared at Luo Shanhe in the light screen, and an even more powerful light gathered at his fingertips. Give me a break. Duan Xiong shouted, and the light shone on the light screen. This time, no miracle happened. Under Duan Xiong's attack, the light curtain shattered as expected. The light screen shattered and Luo Shanhe could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. There was no other way. The gap between a god king and a god monarch was not something that could be filled with a single array formation. Being able to withstand Duan Xiong's attack just now was already his limit. Duan Xiong looked at Luo Shanhe expressionlessly and waved his arm behind him. Kill them. Under Duan Xiong's signal, the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers let out a loud shout and attacked the pass. After witnessing Duan Xiong's strength, the soldiers of the Luo Water Dynasty were already fearful. Under the assault of the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers, the situation was completely one-sided. Duan Xiong looked at the falling soldiers of the Luo Water Dynasty and waved at Duan Xiolin. Imperial Preceptor, record the situation below. After we take down the Luo Water Dynasty, distribute it to every corner of the boundless immortal continent. Let the entire immeasurable immortal continent know who is the true ruler of the immeasurable immortal continent. Understood. Duan Xiolin respectfully agreed upon hearing Duan Xiong's words. Then he took out a stone from his pocket and slowly injected his true essence into it. The stone emitted a burst of light and recorded the battle below. This was the profound shadow stone. It could record all the places where its light shone. Soon, the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers reached the bottom of the pass. As long as they broke through the gate, they would be able to control this pass completely. Luo Shanhe looked at the Luo Shui dynasty soldiers who were dying under the Blood Sickle dynasty's attacks, and his eyes turned red. After slowly standing up from the ground, he jumped in front of the gate of the pass and shouted to the remaining Luo Water Dynasty soldiers. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. Now, he could only use this method to raise the morale of his soldiers. As he spoke, Luo Shanhe picked up a large blade and slashed at the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, The 10,000 Swords. Chapter 254, The 10,000 Swords. In the sky above the boundless immortal continent, two figures flew past. They were Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian, who had just come out of Luo Shui city. As they flew in the air, they saw a soldier dressed in the Luo Shui dynasty's uniform. Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian looked at each other and flew down. On a small path, a Luo Water Dynasty soldier's clothes were tattered, and there were still traces of blood. He was running forward. Then he saw Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian landing in front of him. Seeing Luo Tian's clothes, the soldier immediately walked over and said weakly, "Your Highness, we finally meet." Luo Tian looked at the weak soldier and quickly went to support him. He said slowly, "What's going on? Why are you the only one here?" When the soldier heard Luo Tian's words, he sat on the ground and said weakly, "Your Royal Highness, General Luo asked me to go to the Imperial City to tell you that Duan Xiong has already gone out personally. Also, the Blood Sickle Empire's elder." Before the soldier could finish his sentence, he fainted. Seeing the soldier faint halfway through his sentence, Luo Tian shook his body and said, "What do you think happened to the Blood Sickle Empire?" "Don't ask. He has many wounds on his body. It's already a miracle that he can make it this far." Jiang Beichen said slowly when he saw the soldier, "Luo Tian Xiao." Hearing Jiang Beichen's words, Luo Tian realized that the soldier was bleeding multiple times. Some of the wounds had not even healed before new wounds appeared. "Blood Sickle Empire, my Luo Water Empire will fight you to the death." Luo Tian shouted angrily when he couldn't sense the soldier's aura. Although the soldier didn't finish his sentence, the news of Duan Xiong personally going to war was still delivered. Luo Tian was no stranger to Duan Xiong. He was the king of the Blood Sickle dynasty and had the strength of a godly king. If he were to personally attack the pass, Luo Shanhe would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, Jiang Beichen also walked to the soldier's side and checked his injuries. Is this the Blood Sickle Empire's method of reflecting damage? Many of the wounded parts of the soldier's body were protected by armor. The armor was not broken, and there were injuries on his body. This was indeed the first time Jiang Beichen had seen such a technique. Luo Tian nodded at Jiang Beichen. Yes. Senior, according to the information that this soldier just sent, I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold the pass for long. Let's hurry over. Jiang Beichen knew that Luo Tian was anxious, so he nodded at him and flew toward the pass again. At the gate, Luo Shanhe was covered in blood, and the blade in his hand was broken. His hand was pressed against the rock beside him, and his body was already a little unsteady. Go, kill him together. The Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers shouted when they saw Luo Shanhe's reaction. Before this, they had already lost several groups of people to Luo Shanhe. Seeing the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers attacking again, Luo Shanhe smiled. He picked up the broken saber in his hand and swung it for the last time. His body fell heavily to the ground. The saber beam flew past, and the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers fell to the ground. However, at the same time, the next wave of Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers broke through the gate of the pass. Kill. Charge in and flatten the Blood Sickle Empire. A Blood Sickle Dynasty soldier shouted in the crowd. Following that, a large group of Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers rushed into the pass. As he shouted, two figures flew over from afar. Soon, Luo Tian and Jiang Beichen arrived above the battlefield. At this moment, on the battlefield, the Luo Water Dynasty's army was defeated like a landslide. They were forced back by the Blood Sickle Dynasty's massacre. Luo Tian looked at the battle below and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at the Blood Sickle Dynasty. He cupped his fists at Jiang Beichen and said slowly, "Senior, please help our Luo Water Dynasty." Jiang Beichen looked at the Blood Sickle Dynasty army below and witnessed the methods Luo Tian had told him about. As expected, it reflected the damage. Then, in a flash, he appeared in the sky above the army. He gathered the vital essence in his hands and placed his hands in front of his chest. Suddenly, a long sword formed by spiritual energy appeared beside Jiang Beichen. 10,000 swords! Jiang Beichen shouted and waved his arm downward. The flying swords beside him turned into streaks of light. Like thousands of arrows, they flew towards the Blood Sickle Empire army. Ah! Wherever the flying sword passed, the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers' screams rang out continuously. Then, their bodies turned into a bloody mist and exploded in midair. Jiang Beichen looked at the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers who were constantly exploding and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he had expected, as long as he killed them forcefully, they would not be able to recover. When the Luo Shui Dynasty soldiers saw the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers suddenly exploding behind them, they raised their heads and focused their gazes on Jiang Beichen in the sky. Then, Luo Tian appeared beside Jiang Beichen. Seeing the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers being slaughtered, he was also excited. He said to the Luo Water Dynasty soldiers below, "Soldiers, don't be afraid. This is a senior invited by our Luo Water Dynasty. Today, we will definitely win." The morale of the soldiers of the Luo River Dynasty rose when they heard Luo Tian's impassioned voice. "Look, that's His Highness the First Prince. His Highness the First Prince has brought reinforcements to reinforce us. I knew it. The First Prince and the others wouldn't abandon us." H11. For a moment, the Luo Shui Dynasty soldiers were filled with fighting spirit. On the contrary, the Blood Sickle Dynasty had already begun to retreat. Humph, a final struggle. A furious voice sounded in the air. Then, Duan Xiong's figure appeared above the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers. His appearance also attracted the attention of Jiang Beichen and the others. "Senior, that's the Blood Sickle Empire's king, Duan Xiong." Luo Tian came to Jiang Beichen's side and said slowly, Duan Xiong looked at Jiang Beichen's figure and felt that he was a little unfamiliar. However, when he checked Jiang Beichen's aura, it seemed that he was not even as good as his own soldiers. He must have a powerful Dharma treasure to be able to defeat Luo Tian and his soldiers. Poor Luo Tian. He thought that he had found a peerless expert, and so did his spy. He had actually been deceived by him. Thinking of this, Duan Xiong's eyes flashed with a trace of greed. If he could take possession of that magic treasure, wouldn't his strength be able to reach another level? This Luo water dynasty was really his blessed land. Not only did it allow him to obtain Luo water. Now that he had received another Dharma treasure, Duan Xiong said to Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian, "Luo Tian, don't struggle anymore. I've already taken Luo water. If you kneel down and surrender now, this king can still let you go." At this point, Duan Xiong revealed a sinister smile. "Otherwise, when I attack your Luo water city, one will definitely slaughter him for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 255, Chapter 255. I'll let you see what a divine emperor is. 1. Chapter 255. I'll let you see what a divine emperor is. 1. As soon as Duan Xiong finished speaking, he saw Jiang Beichen already appear in the sky above him. Jiang Beichen's eyes were fixed on Duan Xiong as he gathered his true core strength and unsheathed his sword. He was ready to kill Duan Xiong with a single strike. Duan Xiong looked at Jiang Beichen's actions with disdain in his eyes. Eagle bug. Before he could finish speaking, Duan Xiong saw a huge sword appear in the sky above him. His body instinctively wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body had been locked by an aura and he could not move at all. Seeing Jiang Beichen in the sky, fear appeared in Duan Xiong's eyes for the first time. How could he not understand what magic treasure he had used to kill his soldiers just now? He was a grandmaster of the sword, and the sword was famous for its killing. If he was hit by this, Duan Xiong didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He saw Jiang Beichen pointing his finger at him. The giant sword in the sky was pointed at him, turning into a stream of light and flying towards him. "Senior, I was wrong. One was blind just now and didn't know you were here." The instinctive fear in his body caused Duan Xiong's begging voice to ring out in the air. However, no matter how much he begged for mercy, the flying sword did not slow down. The flying sword arrived in the blink of an eye. Duan Xiong looked at the triangular jade pendant on his neck and shouted at him. "Ancestor, save me! Ancestor, save me!" Accompanied by his cry for help, the flying sword pierced through his body, and Duan Xiong's body fell from the sky. Everyone was silent as they stared at Jiang Beichen in the sky. Then, the soldiers of the Luo Shui dynasty waved their weapons and shouted, "Good, good, good." On the other hand, when the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers saw their ruler being killed by Jiang Beichen in one strike, they all threw down the weapons in their hands and fled. Luo Tian looked at Jiang Beichen in disbelief and said, "Thank you, senior." "Humph, you dare to kill my descendant? I don't care who you are, I'll make you pay with your blood." A cold voice sounded in the air. A ball of blood-red gas suddenly appeared in the direction where Duan Xiong was killed. The gas slowly gathered and finally formed a spatial vortex. Then, a figure wearing a skull necklace and holding a scythe walked out. As soon as this figure appeared, the tyrannical aura on his body suppressed the voices of everyone present. He casually scanned the battlefield and appeared beside Duan Xiong. When Duan Xiong went out to battle, he had given him a triangular jade pendant, telling him that if his life was in danger, he could crush it and appear. Now that Duan Xiong was completely dead, it was obvious that he had been killed along with the jade pendant. "This is the Divine Emperor." Luo Tian looked at the old man who appeared out of thin air and said in shock. It was only now that he knew that the Blood Sickle dynasty still had a god emperor. He was a little nervous because of Jiang Beichen's joy in killing Duan Xiong. He did not know if Jiang Beichen could deal with the Divine Emperor. After all, there was only a difference of one realm between the Divine Emperor and the Divine King. However, the difference between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud. However, before Duan Wancho could do anything, Jiang Beichen appeared in front of him and said slowly, "I can feel that Luo water is on you." After Duan Wancho heard Jiang Beichen's words and put Duan Xiong into his interspatial ring, he laughed out loud. "That's right, Luo water is with me. However, do you think you have the strength to fight for it?" After obtaining Luo water, Duan Wancho had already completed his breakthrough from the God King realm to the God Emperor realm. The increase in his strength gave him enough confidence. Moreover, he had cultivated his undying body to the great success stage. Jiang Beichen didn't waste any more time with Duan Wancho after he received his confirmation. He also attacked with his sword. In his perception, this old man did not seem to be any different from the old man who had been killed by his sword just now. Duan Wancho sneered when he saw Jiang Beichen taking the initiative to attack him. A group of brats who are still wet behind their ears. Today, 1 foot 11 inches let you see what a God Emperor is. When the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers heard Duan Wancho's voice, they were all excited. The ancestor has broken through. What's the Luo Water Dynasty? Ancestor, crush that sword and let them see what a God Emperor is. Duan Wancho nodded in satisfaction as the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers shouted. He was about to reach out to catch the sword in midair. Do you think that the godly king and the godly emperor? However, before Duan Wancho could finish his sentence, he realized that his body was the same as Duan Xiong's. He could not move. What was going on? Duan Wancho felt his body go out of control and was momentarily stunned. However, the flying sword was even faster than the previous one. Jiang Beichen only wanted to get the Luo water from this old man as soon as possible. Duan Wancho's body exploded into a mist of blood. The soldiers of the Luo Shui dynasty were sweating profusely. They were stunned when they saw Duan Wancho being killed by another sword strike. Then they shouted excitedly, "Divine Emperor, is that all? Invincible, invincible, invincible." As for the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers, they had just seen hope when it was shattered in front of them. Their faces were ashen. Luo Tian looked at Jiang Beichen in the air, not knowing how to express his feelings. This senior could even kill a God Emperor realm expert with a single sword strike. Just what realm had the senior's strength reached? Back in the main hall, he had even attacked Senior. At that time, Senior had shown mercy, right? Jiang Beichen, who was in the air, frowned because he saw that the blood mist in the air did not disappear. In a short while, the blood mist in the air gathered again, and Duan Wancho's figure reappeared. As expected, the Divine Emperor was not so easy to kill. Luo Tian looked at Duan Wancho and thought to himself. Duan Wancho's body reassembled. He clutched his chest. He had also felt the arrival of the Grim Reaper just now. Fortunately, he had already cultivated the undying body to the great success realm. Otherwise, even if he had the strength of a God Emperor realm expert, he would have been dead by now. For a moment, Duan Wancho looked at Jiang Beichen with some fear in his eyes. Then, in a flash, she appeared beside Jiang Beichen, waving the sickle in her hand and slashing at him. As long as he could get a drop of Jiang Beichen's blood, he would be able to cast a spell to reflect the damage he had received onto Jiang Beichen. Coupled with his undying body, he would definitely be able to obtain victory. Duan Wancho's thoughts were also detected by Jiang Beichen. In a flash, he appeared on the other side. At the same time, he swung his sword again, and Duan Wancho's figure exploded in midair. Chapter 256, Chapter 256. Looks like I can only go back and ask Master. Chapter 256. Looks like I can only go back and ask Master. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Jiang Beichen and Duan Wancho kept on flashing and exploding. Duan Wancho's body had exploded countless times in the exchange of blows. Jiang Beichen stood in midair and looked at Duan Wancho. After a few exchanges, he had a precise understanding of Duan Wancho's undying body. It seemed that the problem couldn't be solved by killing him. He was only dodging his attacks to prevent him from taking his blood. The others didn't seem to be able to do anything to him. Duan Wancho's figure gathered once again, and he looked at Jiang Beichen, who was standing opposite him, with some fear. After exchanging a few blows, he did not even touch Jiang Beichen's clothes, let alone his blood. On the contrary, his body was constantly being slashed by the other party. If this continued, although he would not die, his foundation for advancing to the God-Emperor realm would also be unstable. Duan Wancho turned around and said to the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers behind him, "Blood Sickle Empire soldiers, retreat with me." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. His figure turned into a stream of light and flashed into the distance. After Duan Wancho left alone, the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers no longer had the mood to fight. They also turned around and fled, disappearing from everyone's sight in a short while. They were afraid that Jiang Beichen would suddenly stab them. Where would they go to complain? Jiang Beichen did not stop Duan Wancho and the Blood Sickle Empire from retreating. Up until now, he still didn't have a better way to restrain Duan Wancho. Although Duan Wancho's strength was nothing in his eyes, his undying body was a little shameless. When the Luo Water Dynasty soldiers saw the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers retreating, tears streamed down their faces. "We won, we won," the soldier from the Luo Water Dynasty murmured. Not long ago, they thought that they would die on the battlefield and become history with the Luo River Dynasty. Luo Tian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. With the Blood Sickle Dynasty's retreat, he knew that the Luo Shui Dynasty was safe. She flew up to Jiang Beichen's side and said, "Senior, I can't repay your kindness." In the palace of the Luo Shui Dynasty, there was a banquet. After the Blood Sickle Dynasty retreated from Luo Water City, the Blood Sickle Dynasty's soldiers in the other cities of Luo Water Dynasty also retreated. All of them retreated back to their own countries. For a time, the Luo Water Dynasty could be said to have recovered its entire territory. The palace was filled with the atmosphere of victory and joy. As the great benefactor of the Luo Shui Dynasty, Jiang Beichen naturally sat in the middle of the banquet. He didn't want to attend the banquet, but Luo Tian and the others were too enthusiastic. At the banquet, Luo Tian, who was sitting next to him, picked up a wine glass and said to Jiang Beichen, "The Luo Shui Dynasty will never forget Senior's great kindness. In the future, if there's anything that the Luo Shui Dynasty can use, please let me know." Seeing Luo Tian toast him, Jiang Beichen also picked up his glass and clinked it with Luo Tian's before downing it. After a glass of wine, seeing that Jiang Beichen didn't look very happy, he said slowly, "Senior, are you troubled by the matter at Luo Shui? As long as Senior gives the order, the Luo Water Empire can send troops to the Blood Sickle Empire to help Senior seize Luo Water." Luo Tian also knew that Jiang Beichen had come to Luo Shui Palace for their sacred item, Luo Shui. Jiang Beichen knew that Luo Tian was doing this out of goodwill, but he had yet to find a way to deal with Duan Wancho, so sending troops would be useless. Although Duan Wancho couldn't defeat him, he couldn't do anything to him. If he was driven to desperation and destroyed Luo Shui or switched it to someone else, wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Putting the wine glass back on the table, Jiang Beichen said slowly, "It seems that one can only go back and ask Master." "Master?" When Luo Tian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he was shocked. Could it be that Senior has a master? With Senior's strength of killing a God-Emperor realm expert with a single sword strike, how strong would Senior's master be? Could it be the godly emperor? No, it should be the legendary immortal. At that thought, Luo Tian felt a sense of reverence for the master Jiang Beichen spoke of. After the banquet, Jiang Beichen left the Luo Shui dynasty and returned to the place where he had entered the divine realm. His figure stopped in midair. Just like when he came, he commanded and a crack appeared between the barriers of the two worlds. Jiang Beichen's figure flashed past the two of them. At the same time, in Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Fu Tian stood in front of Xiao Changtian and handed him a blue fruit he had just found. This blue fruit was the ingredient that Xiao Changtian told him to find. Although it took a lot of effort, he was lucky enough to not fail his mission. Xiao Changtian took the fruit from Fu Tian and placed it in the cabinet in the kitchen. He then said to Fu Tian, "Fu Tian, I know that you have good talent. If you have nothing to do, you should go around the Great Sun sect more often." When she took Fu Tian as her disciple back then, she also knew that he was a hot shot. His cultivation talent was definitely amazing. However, he was just a mortal. He knew nothing about cultivation and could not teach him anything. However, as his master, he could not delay him, right? Fortunately, the Taoist master of the Great Sun Town was a reclusive expert, so he asked his disciple to visit the vicinity of the Great Sun sect. Perhaps one day, an elder of the Great Sun sect would be so happy that he would bestow an opportunity upon them. In this way, he did not waste his talent. When Fu Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he looked thoughtful. "I found the ingredients. I can understand why Master praised my talent. But what was the meaning of going to the Great Sun sect? Could it be that there was an opportunity there?" Although Fu Tian had doubts in his heart, he still retreated. As the saying went, the master led the way, but cultivation depended on one's own abilities. His master had already given him some pointers. Next, he would have to rely on himself to explore. At the same time, Jiang Beichen appeared at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing Jiang Beichen's arrival, Gan Tianlei and the others who were guarding the door greeted him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Jiang Beichen watched as Fu Tian walked out of the door. Seeing Fu Tian, Jiang Beichen said to him, "Junior brother, are you also here to look for Master?" When Fu Tian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he nodded at him and said slowly, Yes. One just sent the ingredients that Master asked me to find over. I'm going to take a walk around the Great Sun sect." Junior brother Fu Tian had also found the ingredients. Hearing Fu Tian's words, Jiang Beichen felt even more strongly that the matter of Luo Shui needed to be resolved immediately. Otherwise, as his senior brother, he would end up at the bottom. His master would be very disappointed in him. Chapter 257, Chapter 257. You have to take it easy, 1. Chapter 257. You have to take it easy, 1. After Fu Tian left, Xiao Changtian was resting on a rocking chair in the courtyard. As soon as she lay down, she saw Jiang Beichen walking towards her. Wasn't this his crown prince's disciple? It had been a long time since he had seen him. He must have been busy looking for ingredients. With that thought in mind, Xiao Changtian turned to Jiang Beichen and said, "Are you also here to deliver ingredients to Master?" Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Jiang Beichen's face turned red and he said nervously, "Master, I've been in some trouble recently and haven't gotten a water source yet." Xiao Changtian heard that Jiang Beichen was in trouble and saw that he was a little nervous. Presumably, he was in trouble and was too embarrassed to tell her, afraid that she would blame him. After all, in his previous life, he often saw some students who did something wrong and did not dare to tell the teacher, afraid that the teacher would blame them. With that thought in mind, Xiao Changtian stood up from his rocking chair and walked to Jiang Beichen's side. Patting his shoulder, he said slowly, "If there's any trouble, just say it. Master will try his best to help you." Hearing Xiao Changtian's amiable tone, the nervousness in Jiang Beichen's heart dissipated a little. After adjusting himself, he said to Xiao Changtian, "One came to the dynasty under Master's orders to find ingredients, but I found that the Luo water sacred artifact had already been taken by someone else." Hearing Jiang Beichen's words, Xiao Changtian finally understood. He had asked this disciple to look for ingredients. He had originally wanted to return to his own dynasty and ask someone to help him find them. However, when he returned, he found that his dynasty had been attacked and the sacred object had been taken away. After thinking it through, Xiao Changtian said to Jiang Beichen, "I wonder how strong that person is. How did he snatch the sacred item away?" He also knew that this disciple of his was the crown prince of a mortal dynasty. With his martial arts skills, he could go over and arm wrestle with him to help his disciple get back the sacred object. Hearing Xiao Changtian's question, Jiang Beichen immediately replied, The spell that person cultivates is extremely strange. He has an almost undying body. Moreover, after drinking the other party's blood, he can reflect the damage he received to the other party. Ah, so he was an immortal cultivator. When Xiao Changtian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he felt a little troubled. He could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortal cultivators, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, 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 he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with immortals. He could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could have no way. Moreover, from what his disciple said, why did he feel that it was an animated character he had seen in his previous life? With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to Jiang Beichen, "Disciple, is that person wearing a blood-red robe and holding a scythe?" Jiang Beichen nodded after hearing Xiao Changtian's words. As expected of his master, he could observe everything in the world from the small courtyard. He even knew Duan Wancho's clothes and weapons clearly. Seeing Jiang Beichen nod, Xiao Changtian confirmed his thoughts. That immortal cultivator was definitely the reincarnation of Feiduan. It would be good enough if he didn't get killed by such an immortal cultivator, let alone snatch the sacred object from him. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian could only console Jiang Beichen. "Disciple, you have to be open-minded about everything. Don't fall into a dead end." Xiao Changtian was also afraid that his disciple would be hot-headed and go find an immortal cultivator to take back the sacred object. One must know that immortal cultivators are not something mortals like us can deal with, let alone such an awesome immortal cultivator. Fortunately, only the sacred item was lost, and no one was injured or killed. After Jiang Beichen heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also looked thoughtful. "Master told me not to fall into a dead end, but other than avoiding that old monster and not letting him drink my blood, there's no good way to deal with it." That's not right. Could it be that Master wants me to give the blood to that old monster? The way of the sword that you practice is the way of killing. How can you get rid of it? You should always go forward. At the thought of this, Jiang Beichen looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He said to Xiao Changtian, "Master, one understand." Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, this disciple of his was not a stubborn person. "After Master opens the path of invincibility, I'll help you snatch back the sacred artifact." Jiang Beichen was about to leave when Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiahuang, Beichen is leaving. Send him off." Hearing Jiang Beichen's words, Mu Jiahuang also walked out of the room and bowed to Xiao Changtian. Then, she sent Jiang Beichen out of Xiao Changtian's courtyard. After returning, Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiahuang, "What do you think of Beichen's mental state?" Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiahuang looked a little confused. Obviously, she didn't know why Xiao Changtian suddenly asked her this question, but she still said to Xiao Changtian, "Master, I think Beichen's mental state is very good." Xiao Changtian nodded and said to Mu Jiahuang, "That's good. Beichen has been in trouble recently." Although Beichen seemed to have come to his senses under his guidance. However, there was no guarantee that he would not be hot-headed at any time. It was better to let his maidservant watch over him more. After giving Mu Jiahuang his instructions, Xiao Changtian returned to his rocking chair and took a nap. Luo Shui Dynasty. After leaving Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Jiang Beichen immediately returned to the Luo Shui dynasty. At this moment, Jiang Beichen stood in the palace of Luo Shui Palace and said to Luo Tian, "Luo Tian, your Luo Water Empire has been resting for the past few days. Do you dare to join me in sending troops to the Blood Sickle Empire?" After defeating the Blood Sickle dynasty, Luo Tian's reputation in the Luo Shui dynasty had reached an unprecedented height. Naturally, he would replace his father and become the new king of the Luo River dynasty. After hearing Jiang Beichen's words, Luo Tian quickly replied, "My Luo Water Empire is willing to follow Senior to send troops to the Blood Sickle Empire to avenge our past humiliation and repay Senior's kindness." Seeing Luo Tian's expression, Jiang Beichen nodded and said, "Then you should reorganize and set off now." Jiang Beichen felt that Luo Tian was just a friend he had met by chance. If Luo Tian had rejected him, he wouldn't have said anything. He would have just assumed that he had misjudged Luo Tian. Soon, the Luo Water Dynasty army was ready to go under Luo Tian's reorganization. Luo Tian brought Jiang Beichen to the top of the city wall and said to him, "Senior, the Luo Water Dynasty army can set off at any time." After Luo Tian finished speaking, Jiang Beichen took the lead and flew out on his flying sword. Seeing Jiang Beichen's actions, Luo Tian said to the army below, "All troops, listen up. Follow Senior and attack." You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.